Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of your three hosts for today, The Hunt. We also got Mr. Mahesvara and Alex Smoky Cheese. You guys want to say hi?
Hello there. Looking forward to this game. Uh, reckon my, and be happy to co-cast together with the Hunt and Smokey.
I'll be happy to take this third seat in the back here, and we'll see what these teams can bring to the table.
It's gonna be a hell of a series, guys. So we got JSDS, the Jamaican super duper server, okay, led by Z-Man Jr. Always love to say that name, by the way. Good name there, Mr. Z-Man. And then we also have Les Ratatouilles, led by Secluded Pathos. Both of the captains, jungle players, obviously, alongside us. We like three-way tied. Uh, Actually, it was with Gang Sinatra. I don't think Les Ratatouilles was in there. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tuba. But regardless, okay, no, I was not wrong. So these are the top of the line teams that are playing today. Upper brackets finest, if I dare so say so myself. Um, so what are we looking out for here, guys? Any like players that we're kind of thinking are gonna pop off? Any hidden stuff? Obviously, we should talk about the rosters, right? I believe we have a sub for JSDS in the AD carry role. Ain't that right, Mahazara?
That's correct. Bipolar will be subbing in
Yeah.
Damon
So
12,
yeah,
and other than that, it's all the same rosters all around.
yeah, we'll go over the rosters one more time. So we got on JSDS. Do we know if they're? Do we know the sides yet? Have those been announced? Who's blue side and who's red side?
Okay.
So JSDS is blue side for game one at least, and we'll start with these guys in that case. We got in the top lane, we got Gekno, Z-Man Jr. for jungle, the man himself, North Stream in the mid lane, Bipolar for AD carry, and Pepper Knight for support. On the other side, we got Linium for the top lane, Secluded Pathos in the jungle, HH Skanky in the mid lane, uh, Sunny for ADC, and Dr. Duck for support. All of these, big names, big players, people to watch out for. I'm sure that we all have respect for all of these players. But as with any fearless game, someone always shines. Dare I say, someone always takes that spotlight, if you will. All right, guys. So, any idea on who those players might be for this very exciting series?
I personally am going to be looking at two matchups specifically, being the two solo lanes. For Le Ratatouille, we have Linium, also a very well known player, especially from the mini LCS as well. Somebody who I've been tracking, and it's really fun to see how he generally turns a suboptimal situation around to somehow get an advantage for his team. He's a very tricky player to corner, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what he has for us today in the games and how Gekno will manage that matchup because that's going to be a very, very interesting one as well. And then the other one is, of course, the mid lane. We've got North Stream against HH Skanky. And the thing here is, I have watched Super Duper a couple of times, and I'm really impressed about how North Stream manages his mid lane. He seems to be always in command of it, perfectly timing roams, helping out, really setting up his team as well as in the jungle as roams to the bot lane. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're going to play and how H8 Skanke is going to be able to manage and try and limit Nord Stream's impact.
It's interesting you talk about the both solo laners because, in my opinion, I mean, firstly, we should probably talk about the rivalry between the two captains. You know, Pathos, Secluded Pathos, and Z-Man. Even when we were drafting back then, there were jokes being thrown around. I'm sure in good faith, but still rivalry. You know, the best kind of rivalry, the competitive kind. Um, I think the game is gonna be kind of in junglers' hands. You know, how well can they impact those solo laners? Because we have really good solo laners on both sides, and I'm not talking about North Stream or Linium alone. Like, obviously, these guys, amazing players in their own right, but I'm also talking about Geknos and Skanke, like especially Skanke, in my opinion. Like, I think the mid lane especially is going to be very exciting to watch. And personally, I'm mostly hyped up for this jungle mid kind of dynamic from both teams and how top lane is going to influence that. Because I don't think it's going to be the other way around where it's going to be jungle top influenced by mid. I think it's mid jungle influenced by top, and then we have ADC. Um, ADC and support. Love the role.
I don't think we need to underestimate their importance as well, because they're gonna, as much as top, mid, and jungle will have big factors. I wouldn't want to ignore the bot laners as well, because they have a very big task up ahead of them of putting up the
Of
damage,
course.
not only for the team fights but also for the objective. So it should be interesting to see how they will do, and especially how the synergy will be between Paper Knight, who has done an amazing job as a support, and his new partner in crime, Bipolar, who we briefly touched on. He will be replacing Damon 12.
Yeah, I don't really know much about Bipolar, honestly, and I didn't really do the, you know, uh, do research on him here. Do you think you could tell us a little bit more about his playstyle and how he'll contribute? Do you think you have that information?
Well, the interesting part here is, I think, is if we quickly look on what he's recently been playing, it has mostly actually been in the jungle. So, but he has got a fair amount of games on the AD carry position as well. So that seems to be like his fallback role. He obviously will have known it a fair amount, and he managed to put in a couple of games with the rest of the Jamaican super duper team. So they managed to have a couple of games. So let's hope that the synergy is there and that they know how they want to move around as a unit. So this is going to be the really interesting part for me.
Yeah. And then going back to the mid lane, we kind of talked about how mid jungle is going to be influencing, uh, is going to be influenced by top. Um, but what about the solo laners themselves? Like, we know Skanke is mainly a neutralizing player. And we know North Stream is the kind of player that wants to, punish that kind of passive playstyle and, get ahead and carry his team to victory, right? Do you think Skanke is going to be able to hold his ground? Or do you think North Stream is just, that unstoppable force?
If it's just head to head, I think that Skanky should be able to do a fair amount. The question is how in a lane, even if you've got a team that or a player that really wants to be a carry, and the other one really just wants to neutralize him, the biggest impact then generally becomes the external factors. And as you mentioned earlier, what are the biggest factors to take into account? It's when the junglers arrive. Now, I see that we have gotten into the draft, So let's look forward to seeing what's going to get removed there.
Yeah, this is the exciting part. So we got a Pantheon ban from Ratatouille's. Obviously, I thought Pantheon is like Lenium's, you know, champ. But correct me if I'm wrong here.
Let me have a quick look. It's indeed Linium's champ. He's been playing it as of recent, so that's probably a targeted ban. Now, Banjan's always a good ban because of the flexibility he has.
Yeah, but there's also the fact that in Fearless, as I like to personally do, you ban a champ so that they're available next game. Do you think that's the kind of ban that we have here?
It could be. I just think that Pantheon can be played in 4 different roles currently, so
Yeah.
it's very easily blindable, and I think that's you might want to deny flex picks for a red side because then you don't know where they're going. They can shuffle it around to get advantageous matchups.
Okay. Just a quick technical issue here too, but I pressed tab and a chat showed up here on my interface. How do I hide that? Any clue?
So now
Thanks,
the interesting part here is that we see that the Le Ratatouille has opted for a Coglulu lane with the jungle Secluded Pathos being on Zin, one of his more played champions. And we see that the Jamaican Super Duper server has opted for Comfort for their sub being the Sivir and matched that together with already 2 tanks. So it's going to be interesting to see what we get afterwards.
Yeah. So far, it's looking like a protect the president comp for me on less Ratatouilles. That's what the Zin Lulu kind of speaks. Like Zin provides that, early game priority and strength to get. Kog'Maw, in my opinion, is a strong laner, and you should definitely play him aggressively. But if you're playing too aggressively, then having this strong early game jungler, Zin, it really helps with keeping things smooth for you in that early game where you're trying to get a lead here. But it's looking good. I like both drafts, honestly. I'm not too sure on which one I like more. Any input from you? Any input from you, Alex?
Honestly, if Super Duper does as well, I feel like they might have the edge here. All the other guys have their Ratatouille. They only have Cassante here. It's a tough one. They have Cassante and, okay, Zin, let's say. He can really get people off of the Cog Lulu. But, we'll have to see. The Trundle, the Malphite, the Nautilus, they're quite an issue. And with how far Hui can stay from the enemy team, it's gonna be up to their strategic wits here, I think. And definitely the laning phase is gonna dictate how this game is gonna go.
Yeah,
I'm actually a massive fan of Le Ratatouille team comp for the very simple fact that you've got clear components being protected president, but you've got Linium on, without a doubt, his signature champ here, being the Cassante, who can really and it's if we look at the stats, even it's ranked 89th EU West. So we're gonna have a guy on his ultra comfort playing up into a lane.
Well, it's true.
And it's gonna be really interesting.
Honestly, it's true. But it's up to then, the Sunny, the president. It's up to them. Isn't it?
Yeah, let's not forget about
really.
Skank. Skank and Sunny as a backline. I don't think it's like one president here. My only
Mm,
gripe with that comp is that the backline is, I want to say, more favored towards magic damage because of Cog's W and like Lulu's picks and her Ardent. Um, all of that makes me say that the backline is going to be dealing mostly magic damage. But then we should not underestimate, as you guys mentioned, Linium on his um, comfort pick, Cassante. That's a lot of physical damage coming through. Obviously, the
I mean,
the
who's
empowered
gonna build
W.
magic?
Well, that is the question. What are they going to itemize against? Are they going to itemize against the backline? Because here's the thing with the JSS's comp, right? It's a clear start with Sivir ult, in my opinion, if they want to engage. You follow that with some kind of like combination of Trundle Pillar slash Malphite ult to either like break up a pair of five into like a three and a two, and then focus on one part, right?
Mm,
Or try to 5-man, 4-man the team with a Malphite ult. And then you follow through with the AOE damage from Sivir and um, Hui, right? You got the Trundle there to kind of make sure that whoever is frontlining cannot really frontline because of Trundle ult. Obviously, that's going to take off a huge amount of resistances and power to like stay in front. Like whoever tries to stay in front is going to get melted down really fast, except if it's Zin. That's where, in my opinion, that's where team fights could be
yeah,
like won or lost. Zin's ultimate is kind of like the big question mark here of how well can the Zin use his ultimate to like divide the team fight, right?
Now,
Because
yeah.
the funny
yeah,
thing
sorry to
here for
interrupt
me,
you,
no, no,
but
the funny
just to
thing,
finish off here,
okay,
um, the blue side's backline, consisting of Kog'Maw and Xerath, can really melt down red side's front line pretty fast if they're left unchecked for like a few seconds.
now there's one thing that's very funny when you talked about the Zin and the Trundle and how those ultimates are going to have a big impact here. Is that generally, when we've looked at the previous game, Z-Man has tended to favor the carry junglers, whereas Secluded Paths has tended to favor the supportive or setup junglers, which we can again see here, although Z-Man is also going to have a nice bit of setup opportunities with his pillar from the Trundle to split up that team, especially as you just mentioned earlier. So I think that the most important part between these two teams is how they're going to execute on their draft comps. They both have very distinctive styles.
Hundred
They're
percent.
they're very good. They have thought clearly in the draft what they want. I'd even argue that they even got most of the things that they wanted to have. And now it's all going to boil down to how do they execute on this
I
year.
agree. That is the important part here.
Yeah, execution. Like we could talk all we want, but at the end of the day, if someone fat fingers their combo, then yeah, it would be
So,
a
It's
bravo,
Jover.
something like that.
so, and then other than that, I think that, and this is from the Super Duper, so I think it's really smart that they've immediately put their sub on a comfort pick and have actually drafted around that. Because
Hmm.
you've got two ways of thinking when it comes to having a sub fill in. You either want to try and replicate something that all the rest of the team is familiar with, or you want to make sure that they are playing something that they're really familiar with, and then have the rest of the team work around that. So I think that that's a smart way of looking at things, and it's also a
Yeah,
very easy to execute comp. Like it's very linear. You know, clear steps are going to follow each other. You're going to have, as you mentioned, the Sivir or the Nautilus start things up. So
Okay, we have a standard 5 point cover from both sides. It seems we're not sure if either side is going to go for a ward, but yeah, I mean, just to kind of jump back to that thought here, in regards to
Ward.
execution and all of that,
Mm.
we do have a ward. Very nice. Just to jump back to that execution, um, execution matters a lot in team fights, and we have talked about it a lot. But what about laning phase? What are we thinking, guys? Like in terms of laning phase?
I think this is going to be really interesting. One thing we didn't mention earlier when we were still talking about the certain parts is that H-Skank has played a boatload of Way as of late, and so seeing that pick immediately in North Stream's hands goes to show that he should be familiar with what the Hui can do in lane, and it's going to be interesting how his Zerath will stack up and be able to work there, because both of them have a large range.
I agree.
And
Zerath is impressive. He really, when he gets that last chapter, Hui is on that clock. He really has to deal the damage in the trades. And as you can see here, he's suffering. He just shoved the wave in, took half his HP.
yeah, always fun to play against Zerath, huh?
It always
Wow.
feels like you are massively outranged.
Ooh, that was a long
Northwest
hook, Mr. Paper Knight.
Zerath getting in that poke.
Yeah, he's just Hui is using 2 buttons to deal the same damage that Zerath does with 1 button. But I guess the thing that Hui has over him is like overall teamfight AoE. I think that's where Hui shines. So I guess the laning phase should be weaker for Hui. Ooh, that's a nice trade there from top lane.
A third of
Guys,
his
Didn't
Dwayne-
getting yearly shove in.
under
Dwayne the
turret.
Rock
Linium is
Johnson.
really putting on the pressure here.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like
But
there are any
as-
ganks available for junglers. Just doing their standard
Nope,
routes.
Yep. It's a full clear meta. Like you can't really, in my opinion, it's really hard to take the risk. Like you've jungled recently, Alex, right? You know how crippling it can be to take the risk of an early gank and fail it, right? You want to tell us about that?
It is. It's incredibly bad. The time is of the essence as a jungler. You can't lose your CS and time. And honestly, these two teams are looking to. Okay, Nautilus almost getting the hook on Kog'Maw there. Top lane
We also
trading really hard. Sorry, yeah.
No. It was. It seems like they're ready to fight everywhere around the map. They're really looking for this cog here. Paper Knight really trying to apply the pressure, and this could
Trundle.
be very interesting.
With an Oracle lens,
Top.
you can't see him probably. Both teams just trading insanely hard. Really looking for the kills.
Oh, and Z-Man's gone for it.
Oh, 2 turret shots. Xin just got him. He's gonna get him as well.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
goodness.
in the meanwhile, the president in the bot lane managed to get out of that fight, managed to stay alive, which is a pretty nice thing. But they're going to push in the wave here and make sure that he loses some XP.
That's the motto of the jungle, guys. Right place at the right time. That Xin was, well,
True.
in the right place at the right time. He was able to pick up both kills. I would say that getting the flash out of Linium was enough for Trundle. I think you should have stopped there as Trundle, right? What do you guys think? Do you guys agree with that?
That Malphite was too low to continue the fight. He had
Yeah.
to leave.
Yeah.
I think that the Malphite, like once the flash was burned on the Malphite, you just let the jungler do its job. So no, you don't add any extra value at this point, and you just need
Shove
to
the
leave.
wave and back. I mean, it was good that Trundle got the first blood, but at what cost? Malphite should have been gone at least, minimum, if that was what the first blood was for, you know?
Well, the thing about this lane, guys, is that it's a Malphite lane. Like, uh, getting Malphite ahead does not mean anything because no matter what, your job will never change, right? So, in my opinion, getting the flash out is enough. As you said, Alex, just get the flash, shove the wave, recall, and keep surviving, right? Like,
100%. That would be the better way to play it. But, you know, it was still, you know, it's Jin's win. He gets it. 2 kills.
yeah,
It's
2
an
kills for
incredible
Jhin.
lead.
Yep.
And both teams are
Interesting though
definitely playing for more.
Interesting that the Malphite chose to use his ultimate to get out of a sticky situation straight away, and he felt pressured already to do so. But at this point, probably better safe than sorry, especially knowing that one more kill gives over the feats of warfare.
That
Very good,
and
very good rotation though from the bot lane after shoving in the wave as hard as you could.
ooh,
Oh,
Oh wow, Kasante pulling him behind the turret.
okay, hold on.
Jin Xiao right place.
All right, right place, right time, guys.
and we immediately see a good reaction from the top lane, pulling him through the wall, knowing very well how to get him into a very poor position.
Unfortunately,
And,
I'm noticing this pattern with the blue side bot lane here. Sunny and Dr. Duck, they're not trading enough, in my opinion. They're getting. We can see the replay here. Actually, we'll get back to that. The Malphite seemed like he was out there. That he was running like hell. But right place, right time. Zin, well played.
and also a good punish, because
A
he had
very
no
good
ultimate,
punish.
no flash, so well
Yeah.
executed play overall.
It's a resource thing. Like Malphite, I think was he used everything he has at that point, and Linium obviously. Ooh, that's a good knockup.
Malphite art into the group. Wow. Zerath is just R-ing them.
Oh,
Zerath
what a turnaround!
is... Oh? Wait?
No! Oh, very well played from
Wow.
the Jamaicans that they managed to get out of that, because that's a 3-0. And Liratatouille, because that has set them up really strong there. Not even giving one to kill back to the team, and the beautiful advantage is not only do you get the objective in the end, but you're going to get a nice lead on the top side of the map, which you'll be able to look at Linium, how he managed to really create space for the other two team members there, and then managing to avoid dying. I'd be very curious to see what his health was, but I think it's down to double digits at that point.
Honestly, Linium is doing really
we can
well
see
at keeping
Linium.
people busy.
Yeah, we can see him just using Cassante to his fullest, showing us why this champ should have never existed, in my opinion, by the way. But, you guys know the meme, right? 4,700 HP, 300 armor, can dash over walls. Let's get that copy pasta in the chat, guys. If any of the viewers are with us right now, can we get that copy pasta in the chat? Like, yeah.
But
Cannot argue with that.
he absolutely goes to town, and Gekno is going to be in a rough situation here.
Yeah, Linium's Cassante. Well, they eventually will have to face it, right? Like, I'm pretty sure because of the fearless format, Red side knew that one of these games they will have to face it. So hopefully they have a plan in mind for that. But just to circle back on the conversation, the bot lane conversation from earlier, I can notice that Sivir is kind of leading the lane here. Like maybe we can see the gold difference from production. Yeah, it's actually a decent difference. It's almost a kill and a half here. I'd imagine that it's not just with CS, but also tower plates. So
Nautilus and
the
Silver
Kog'Maw,
the pressure.
they
Constantly.
have been, yeah, but they shouldn't. I think that the Kog'Maw really needs to trust in his damage, and whenever Sivir walks up to trade, he should just turn on the W and just go to town. You know.
Oh, and here we go. Linium found another angle. And Gekno manages to use his ultimate to get to safety.
Yeah. I think that's just going to be Gekno's job. It's to just neutralize top lane, make sure Linium doesn't grab any more advantages. Okay, so as you can see here in the bot lane, yeah, it's too late now. You can't really pressure that anymore, right? Like, she got her Essence Reaver. She can just do that on repeat. Wave comes, wave goes, like, in 2 seconds. So it's going to be really tough for Kog'Maw and Lulu to grab a lead now. I think Sivir is online, in a sense.
Well, they definitely are. If you can push the wave and if you can't defend that and clear it yourself, you're definitely at a disadvantage. Then you don't get priority. I mean, look at it here. They just got Drake easy, really no pressure there.
Yeah, 100%.
I find it interesting considering the lead that the Ratatouille have carved out, that they've given over the second dragon with fairly little contests. But keeps things very interesting because now you can look at a real fight for the feats in the end. It's going to be a race to who gets the first turret, and the Jamaicans have really done a very good job in potentially setting themselves up to get the feats for the objectives.
Well, the thing about contesting Drake is that your Kog'Maw, like up until that point, the Kog'Maw did not have a finished item while the Sivir did. And the Sivir, obviously, as you saw, and as Alex mentioned, she has like substantial priority over the Kog'Maw because she's able to just delete the wave in 2.5 seconds. And obviously, because of that, you can move, they cannot move, or they risk losing 150 gold worth of gold and a whole wave worth of XP.
Cassante just R'd Malphite and killed him in that fight. Malphite is really at a disadvantage here. He's lost so much CS. I mean, just look at that difference.
Yeah,
Experience
we can get a
as
gold.
well.
Gold.
I mean,
Under the
you got to
turret,
feel bad
yeah.
for the Malphite because he's trying to absorb the pressure under the turret, and then even though he's under the turret trying to clear it, he still get yanks out from under the turret. So
100%.
you got to feel. I mean, as a top lane player, there isn't much else you can do here, and props to Linium for playing this, for setting all of this up on his own, and creating this lead for himself, which is very well done and very well executed each and every time again.
It's a really difficult position. Feats are important. Losing towers are just incredible losses to pressure even across the whole map. It's as a top laner or even as any laner, you don't want to lose your turret and put yourself in that bad position. You just want to mitigate it at that point. But it's, as you can see, Malphite is trying to clear the wave. He can't. He's underleveled. He has to abandon it to that point.
Abandon ship. Yeah.
I gotta say, also a very good way to recognize what was happening. I think that bot lane would have looked for.
We have some action here.
Xerath Ard tried to keep them off of the Kog'Maw and Lulu. But the Sivir, she's dealing her damage. They flashed. Jhin also flashed. They're just kiting them back. It was honestly a decent trade there, but they still lose the turret.
I still think it's a very good recognition of what was happening in bot. That they were going to pressure for the first turret, and Linium just went like, okay, let me just secure the turret in top lane first. Thought that was very well played. The fight, very well executed from both sides. Of course, with the so here it's the amount of pressure that the Zen is soaking up is amazing, and then you've got the Xerath coming over the top for a couple of shots from the ultimate.
Yeah, but despite all of that, it doesn't seem like it's enough. I think the Sivir is online. That champ is ridiculous at this point. I wanna just steer the audience and you guys' attention to the Kraken Slayer rush on Kog'Maw. So if you guys didn't know, or for the audience as well, Kraken Slayer has been buffed this patch. It has been made 100 gold cheaper, and it deals its damage a little bit faster. So for a physical damage option, it is very viable on any Rageblade champion, because as you know, Rageblade works with it pretty well. What are you guys' thoughts on that? Do you think Kraken has a place now? Oh, we got some action actually going on here.
He's going in on both of the bot laners.
Oh my god.
And they get away with a kill on the Sivir.
What happened there?
Insane.
Targeting one person and then just deciding to change your focus and just going for the other person right afterwards.
They almost even killed Nautilus there, under the turret. This Xerath and Cassante are very dangerous.
What turrets? Linium has been disrespecting turrets this whole game, man.
So here, this is really well played. Push the Nautilus in, and then as soon as he gets to safety, it's like, oh, but I've got another target here. Thank you very much. Very well played. Ooh.
But yeah, we have the Infinity Edge finished on Sivir's side here. A massive power spike in terms of damage. Sivir is going to be scary in team fights now. Her Ricochet can bounce twice on the same target, so potentially she's going to be hitting you like 2 times, depending on how many people you have around you, off of one auto attack. That's a lot of damage, guys.
I gotta say, very well played from the Jamaicans going for this dragon, because now that, even though that they're really behind most roles, with the exception probably of the carry role, they've set up a chance where they can get the soul, and I think that that's a really important part, as we see Xin going on a walk with Shelly.
Yeah, a little bit of.
It's honestly very important to see how, the gold is distributed in these teams. Just about 5-6 minutes ago, we thought that the Ratatouille team were ahead. They were 2k ahead. They really were doing well for themselves. And now with all of these, now it's a difference of 2k in the other way.
We got some action here.
Xin Zhao is going in on Sivir. She can't do anything. She just gets jumped on. Nautilus cannot get the team off.
And that's the damage source of the Jamaicans just gone right there. Right now, the Sivir is their shining light for the time being. And with that, if they can pick her off, then they basically have the run-of-the-mill whatever they want to do on the map right now. The good thing, though, is Baron isn't up for another 4 minutes, so at least they won't get punished there. This is something they're going to have to be mindful of.
This is a problem because on one hand, you've got Le Ratatouille, they've got this comp where, they all engage. They've got a team comp really going here to group together. But now if they're split, even just a little bit, Cassante will go in, Jin Zhao will go in. They will pick them off. They really can't afford to leave themselves open to that. But they also will lose their towers, and that's exactly what the Jamaicans are taking advantage of. Now they're pushing turrets, they're taking objectives. At least they took the Herald to just push more turrets, you know? They might
Yeah,
lose Soul though. If
I'd like
the Ratatouille groups, they are an issue.
I'd like to just point out a few things in chat here. We have a few people giving us in multiple languages the lovely Cassante copy pasta. Cassante, 4,700 HP, 329 armor, 200 MR, unstoppable, a shield, goes over walls, has airborne, cooldown is only 1 second too, it costs 15 mana. So, thank you guys, thanks chat for bringing it here. And then we have XD saying, yes, you should try Kraken Slayer, Hullbreaker, Lucian Top. Been doing it since the buffs. Have a 27% win rate on it right now. Very strong. Well.
Xinjiang Conte trying to get them alpha here. Didn't manage to. Trundle keeping them off.
Yeah, I don't know about that, XDs. I think you're missing the Rage Blade there. So if you're going to include the Rage Blade in the build, I might give it a shot.
So with that pressure, Hui is getting the top turret. He might get the tier 2 over there.
Is Linium doing that?
This is crazy.
Holy.
Linium is
how many towers can we get a counter on how many tower shots that was?
He probably took about 10. I don't know. I didn't see it very well.
Does the champ does fucking Linium has that champ buffed or something? Like that was crazy.
All Cassante is missing is hard steel. Honestly, we need that.
Well, but yeah, we have a few more items completed here on both sides. So the Kog'Maw is actually sort of online. Like, here's the issue with Kraken, guys. In my opinion, Kraken is a good item. The issue is, do you finish Bork or do you go with Rage Blade? Rage Blade is a massive spike, as you guys know, because it double hits the Kraken, double hits your passive, it double hits any enchanter stuff that you would have, right? But also, like, Bork is kind of important because it's lifesteal, it's damage. Oh, here's the replay that we would have liked to see. So that was one shot. I count 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. He took 6 shots. 7. Was that
Wasn't
7?
it like 7?
It's 7. 7 at the end. It's 7 at the end.
He took a lot, man. That's a lot of pain.
What a... Yeah. That is a lot of pain, yeah.
And he almost killed the Malphite, which is building full armor, essentially.
And I'll have you know, guys, like, this champ, in terms of win rates right now, pretty sure that he's like rock top. Casante's win right now is considered a 2-4 champ.
Is it just me, or is there something going on with your mic?
Yeah, something's going on with his mic. So, but no, it's real interesting. I also think that we should also highlight that Linium currently is 3.5k gold up, so that's a full item and a couple of components over
It is insane.
Malphite. So there's a massive difference in gold right now, which Linium is really pushing and trying to keep expanding that lead. Malphite is doing a very good job though in limiting the damage as of late. Like he is he's able to sort of deny that. Um,
Well,
I am
the
He's
thing about
definitely slowing it down. We can say that.
also just
But as you can see,
technically,
Casante is out for blood.
in terms of technical stuff, do you guys still have that issue, or am I good?
nah,
Okay.
fixed.
So just wanted to point out, like, the Huey Sivir obviously will buy a lot of time for the comp to scale, right, and do what they really want to do. Because it's gonna without Baron buff, I don't see how waves can survive. Like how can you siege against that comp? How can you pressure a tower without some kind of like Baron buff or a massive engage sort of? I think the um, blue
Oh,
side lacks that.
Hogmo and Lulu catching the way. He's not able to get away. Xinjiao gets it.
Beautifully executed here. They cornered him, and they had him where they wanted him.
Hui was honestly pushing too far, but the pressure was also not enough in mid lane. They're splitting quite hard here.
Yeah, we can see less Ratatouilles there being very on sync, very on brand, on tempo. Now the question is, do they push for a Baron with that pick? Thoughts?
Honestly,
The Baron
They're
damage,
making the
it's gonna
time
melt. They're gonna melt this, so it's
Trundle trying to disrupt them, trying to delay. Nautilus coming in. Sivir is here. They stop them. They don't want that beef. They can't. They're pushing mid so that they can gain priority here. They really need that vision priority, but it seems they know they can't.
Yeah, it's pretty hard against Sivir Hui again to make the like wave priority to be a thing. It's never gonna be a thing. I think. You might get them to like sort of back off or buy you some time, but I don't think you'll really get priority against Sivir Hui just by pushing the wave. I think you need to make a pick.
No, they do
I think it was-
definitely need to take a pick.
I think it was excellent. Also, very well done with just burning the flash and the ult from the Trundle that they managed to cancel out the Nash, because that thing probably would have gone over. That being said, as soon as the Cog has that third item, that Rage Blade, they're really gonna melt it.
Yeah. Rage Blade Runons. That's where it's at for the Kog'Maw. It's quite late. It's a whole item late. Ooh, we have something going on.
Nautilus trying to get away, but he needs to help his team. Malphite is in front, trying to defend. The Sivir is trying to deal her damage. Trundle and Malphite R-ing. They can't. They can't defend the Sivir. The Sivir is trying to back off. She just gets murdered by the Jin Zhao. He's just on top of them. The Xerath, he's just constantly trying to deal his damage, but he can't when the Jin Zhao has his R up. I mean, sorry. Other way around.
Yeah,
Trying to
that
defend, but they can't defend against that Jin Zhao and the Xerath.
that is one strong Xerath. Even though he is equal in terms of items with the way he is.
And we got your Kish again. I think it was very well played how they managed to split up the two carries from Jamaicans. They managed to push the way out of the fight with the Xerath ults, and then were able to afterwards corner the rest in a 4v4, which was advantageous for their team. It was very well executed, and not only that, they pick up both objectives following that, so I think it's a very, very nice pickup. And now we're really going to see how they're going to push their lead. It's looking rough for the Jamaicans on this first game. And
Hui is just trying to disrupt the Jinzhao. Sivir's pushing mid. They have to just defend their lanes right now. But they
and
are
the
looking for something.
Indeed. And the COG has picked up that third item already. So it's starting to feel like do or die time for the Jamaicans. And they somehow have to get onto that COG. I just don't know how they're gonna get to him.
Kasante and Jinzhao really have to do their job here. And Kog'Maw. It's really on them. Rotating together. Kasante, Lulu, Xerath.
Yeah.
They can't do anything there though. The Trundle will just pillar them.
Just testing. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we hear you again.
Perfect. Running into some technical difficulties, unfortunately.
Pressuring bot lane together. The Jamaicans. The Ratatouille is playing behind the turret, but it seems Jamaicans just get it. They can't really do much here.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, they need something to happen. Red side do need to make something happen. That
Some
Baron,
good poke there from the Kog'Maw.
that Baron is
Nautilus
gonna
just-
weigh them down a little bit, but I don't think that it's game over for them. Again, they can clear waves really well. If they play to that, they have hope. The game is not over yet, and I don't think it's close to being over. I think we still have a good 10 minutes.
No, we definitely do 2 Drakes, 3 Drakes. It's definitely a possibility.
Now, that being
18
said,
and 2 kills. It is an insane game. That's the
Yeah.
thing, though. Le Ratatouille are
Yeah.
far behind. But if we look at the gold difference, it really does show that 8k, 18 kills. It is quite the difference. They're trying to fight for the top turret here. Kasante out of position. The Trundle ulting there, I'm pretty sure. He tried to get them. Nautilus trying to just keep the Kasante at bay, but they don't have the damage for him.
yeah, the Trundle ult there made the Cassante. Oh, We're
Malphite
back.
R'ing into the Lulu. Oh my goodness. Jinzhao's almost dead. Nautilus trying to keep Kasante back. They kill Kasante here. They have to.
this is it.
Oh my goodness, he lives for so long, but they do get him. The whole team is wiped. Their Kog'Maw is left to run away from the scraps.
This is the break that the red side has been looking for, guys. They claimed all the big shutdowns. They're missing Cog's shutdown, but still, this is their big break. As you mentioned earlier, the gold difference is pretty big here between the ADCs at least. But so is it between like the other solo laners, right? But here you can see the Sivir shine in team fights. As you mentioned, by the way, like Trundle did ult, which reduced the Kassante's frontlining ability by a lot. He had to back off. He couldn't have just stayed there and took 4 people in front.
That Malphite ult on the Jinzhao and Lulu, incredible. Honestly, it kept them out of position. The Lulu died. She couldn't protect the Kog'Maw anymore or even support the rest of the team.
Yeah,
Those
and I
were-
want to also point out the Sivir, like, sort of running the Xerath down. We have something happening here.
They're fighting for the Drake. The Kasante trying to get it. We didn't even catch it there.
It's Xin who got it. So blue side has 3 Hextech Drakes
Incredible.
now. Do we think this is game, guys? I don't think so.
Well, we've got 4 people up.
Yeah, the Sivir and the Hui are up. I don't think it's done yet.
Malphite trying
I
to
think-
keep them off. Kog'Maw just trying to kill the Malphite there. Kasante going in to the pit with Jinzhao. And they just got the Drake and cleaned it up there. It is quite a difference.
Yeah. So
The damage from the Kog'Maw, but I feel like this is on the Jinja and Kasante fully.
well, the thing is, they need the Kog'Maw to get online ASAP because a Cog is their like right after the Xerath. Kog'Maw is their next heavy hitter, and they need the Cog to
Malphite
be able
trying
to
to
heavy hit.
disrupt them here with an R. Hui getting in there, Sivir getting in there. Trundle, he's just keeping the Jinja focused. Nautilus and Kasante fighting. Kasante was supposed to be there. Kog'Maw dealing his damage, but it's too late. They were busy with Kasante. Honestly, this is really it's a tough thing here. On one hand, the teams want to split each other up, but this is
Yeah, it's looking pretty tough
they're
here.
trying for Baron.
They probably can. I mean, the Hui is well, he's a skill shot champ at the end of the day, and if he
Look at that,
hits his stuff,
Kog'Maw and Kasante busy with Nautilus, while just Jin Zhao is left to get attacked by the Trundle and
might see a
Sivir.
steal here.
No, it seems that
North Stream getting a pick off with his ultimate, trying to finish off the Kog'Maw here with long range QW. Is he going to be able to do that? It doesn't seem like it. But yeah, both teams are getting to, well, I would say blue team definitely is getting to their like maximum strength. They're missing one item from the Kog'Maw, but I don't think they'll get any stronger in terms of like power spikes, right? On the other hand, red side, they have a lot of catching up to do, especially jungle top, right? The Sivir is full build, has been full build for a minute at least, I think. 400 CS, guys, that's crazy. You know, you guys probably know the Rise meme, 420 Doinb Rise hack CS. Can we get that copy pasta in the chat, guys?
Now, there is one thing I'd like to point out, which I find very interesting, is that the Cog isn't going for that one defensive item. It's going to be full damage Cog, so they're really trusting the Lulu and the rest of the team to keep their president alive. This will open up a window.
Interestingly enough, he hasn't died once. Now, I'm not jinxing it here, but, you know.
I was about to say, caster curse. Caster curse is coming.
I think JSS has been Lara Ratatouille has been protecting the Kog'Maw, pretty good. So there's, you got to give him credit for that, especially the Lulu and the Zin. They've been doing their job pretty well. Well, I don't know about that Lulu ult.
That Jin Zhao is just trying to go in there in the back. Kasante just handling business with the Kog'Maw there.
Ooh, that's some smooth
Nautilus
moves.
getting shredded.
Oh,
It's just a cleanup operation at the end there.
yeah, that's game. That's game for less Ratatouilles.
Kog'Maw is online. He's been online. They've just been trying here, and they finally got it.
Yep.
And
with
interestingly
Sivir,
enough, 3 Drakes on either team.
yeah. With Sivir and Hui down,
game.
it's not. There's no hope left. But that does not mean that the series is over. I think that JSS can definitely pull back here in terms of the next few games. But yeah, that was game 1 for less Ratatouilles. A pretty good performance from them. They had their team comp. They know what they wanted. They executed it pretty well in mid and late game. Obviously, Linium on his Kasante, a sight to behold, guys. Genuinely, like if you missed Linium's Kasante, yeah, you missed half the series, I would say. But yeah, maybe.
Honestly, pick or ban. That's really the statement here I'm feeling. Among the teammates, I'm sure. This
Well, the
next
thing
game,
about the thing about
The
the
good
fearless
news.
format, Alex, is that in fearless you can't ban the same champ more than once. So you eventually have to play against an OTP's OTP.
hmm
The good news, though, being is once it's been played, you don't have to worry about it anymore. It can't be replayed again. So right now they can just chalk off this champion of Casante, and they don't need to worry about it anymore. It is by far his best champion, so it's going to be interesting to see what the other things in the top lane will be,
ooh,
what the other
things are
picks
gonna
will
get
be.
spicy in the top lane. We're really gonna get to see. I mean, Malphite first pick. That's Malphite off the board, but maybe there's some other interesting picks.
Yep, we will see all of that and maybe more in right after our break here, guys. We'll just take 5. You should too. Grab some popcorn, grab something to drink. We'll be right with you. And we are back from our little break here. What a game one! What a game one! Uh, what are we thinking for MVPs, guys? And Ace, of course, like on Ratatouille's side and JSS side. Who's uh, who's MVP for Ratatouille's and who's Ace for JSS? Thoughts on that?
I personally think that for the MVP, it's hard to look past Linium with this Cassante. The amount of work that he did there, very massive laning presence, managed to craft out a lead for himself. However, I don't think that we need to ignore either what Sunny did. The president on the camp managed to go this game deathless. I think that was also a very good achievement. And person who you probably need to take into consideration as well is Lulu, who was protecting the poor president, the bodyguard. So I think that they did a really played a very solid game. In terms of Ace, I think you got to look at Nord Stream or with the Hawaii or Bipolar with the Sivir. The Sivir did a lot of work, and Nord Stream was still able to put on a fair amount of damage and do a really good job within the team fights itself. So I think that your Ace is within that position for game one.
Okay. Anything to add or note, Alex?
I mean, I think honestly, when it came to Ace, I think definitely either the Sivir or the Trundle. Actually, I don't really agree with the Hui.
Okay.
In all
Okay.
honesty,
What are the thoughts?
I felt like Trundle tried his best here with the pillars and trying to, cut off people and give support to his team, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah. You can't overlook the pillar usage in that game. And what about MVP? What do you think for MVP?
Honestly, we can't contest here. I 100% agree with the Lumina. What was it? Sorry, I
Linium.
apologize.
Linium.
Linium. With the Cassante Linium top. Honestly, he took control of the top lane, took control of the rest of the game, kept Malphite away from his team in fights when he wasn't there, and maybe some mistakes in the department of splitting, but no one's perfect. They definitely did their job.
Yeah, I would agree with you guys there on MVP. My MVP also would be Linium. As I said before, like the way I would describe it is that it is a sight to behold, a force of nature, if you will. But yeah, enough of that. We'll get back to that on votes in the LFF channel here. But we're heading into draft, game two draft. What are we looking out for, guys? What are we thinking about what works and what doesn't?
Well, it's for me. It's going to be very interesting to see how the picks evolve. A boatload of things have already been removed, and I'm very curious to see if the Jamaican Super Duper server might not go after the enchanters on for Lerats.
Um, well, I'm more so talking about like a focal point to draft around. I feel like uh, JSS are good to less Ratatouilles are good to draft around their mid top side, even bot side. But I genuinely think JSS are restricted to drafting to around the bot side. Like their focal point has to be their AD carry mid kind of. Um, Agree? Disagree? Thoughts?
No, I do think it's a very solid argument, and with the we'll have to see how they are going to evolve here because the question is how deep is Bipolar's champion pool here, considering he's basically playing on his off roll.
Yeah, that's a
Honestly,
important thing
the
to keep in mind.
secret here is it seems that they really want to have priority over those. They don't want bot lane to have any kind of priority. Look at all these support bans. They definitely want the ADCs to have no supports. Definitely not any kind of engage.
Unfortunately, you cannot ban all supports in the game, but still, I see where you're coming from. They want JSS wants to make sure that they are able to play their bot lane with minimal pressure. Hence the triple support ban. Interestingly enough, LR also banned two supports before following it up with a Fiddlesticks. And then we have a Varus B1 here, answered by a Lucian Braum on R1, R2. Lucian Braum, well, and very infamous combo. You guys must have seen it before, played against it. Um, how do we feel about that matchup in the bot lane? We have Varus Poppy versus Lucian Braum. How does that sound like to you guys?
I think that's
Honestly,
very interesting. Go ahead, Alex.
it is quite interesting. The Lucian and Brom, they can instantly proc the passive there. It's the Poppy and Varus. Poppy will do well in terms of getting rid of the Brom, pushing him aside, getting him CC'd, or even the Lucian if they're caught out of position there. But honestly, the I feel like Lucian Brom have the priority here. If Poppy doesn't react or initiate the fight in a proper manner, the Varus will be left to either run or just keep his distance. But he does excel at doing that, so it could be some good trades there.
I would slightly disagree with you. I think um, Varus. Actually, Riot has spoken about Varus's early game. They did say that they think he is dealing too much damage in the early game because of that combo where you stack 3 stacks on your autos and then you QW to proc it. So I genuinely think in like pre 6, Varus Poppy has the advantage mainly because Lucian's Q scales with level. If you guys didn't know, so at rank 1, the Q deals I think 80 or 70% of your bonus AD. It scales up to almost 110% uh, in later stages in at rank 5. So a lot of the damage not only needs you to have actual AD items, but you also need to have some ranks in your queue to actually be able to do the damage. That's number one. Number two, a lot of Lucian's damage is front loaded into his passive now. If you have someone healing or shielding you, or if you have a support that has a lot of CC, then you'll get the passive proc. Or if you hit your W. If you hit W, you got a lot of passive procs. But a much easier way to do it is with enchanters. That's why one of Lucian's best duos in solo queue, at least, is Yumi, because she is able to give him a lot of those passive procs. And these passive procs turn Lucian into a like wish Draven. You know what I mean? Like his autos start hurting, just as much as Draven's without the whole juggling axis thing. But that still requires a lot of setup, as you can see. Like from my description alone, you could probably tell that's a lot of setup. On the other hand, the Varus, you guys played Varus before, definitely. You hit 3 autos, you press Q, right? You charge your Q, you hit the Q. And a lot less setup there, and a lot more reliable, dare I say. Um, the Poppy I like because of her ability to also deny the Jarvan, especially in the early/mid game. So even if the Poppy W doesn't prove that useful for like the Lucian Braum, it will still be useful for sure against the Jarvan. Um, Now, whether I
Oh, it
like
will.
Oriana, yeah, whether I like Oriana into Galio, I am not too sure of. I think it's okay. It is Skank is Galio, so there I do trust how he would play the matchup. but it is also still North Stream's Oriana. So, eh, it's kind of, yeah.
Oriana is a very contested pick between both AD carries, both mid laners. Sorry, both mid laners play the boat a lot of times. So I think that's a really important thing to consider. It's kind of also a denial of the other place. What I really like is what Le Ratatouille have done in terms of their team comp. They've gotten beautiful duos. They've got the Jarvan Galio, the Thunderdome set up with the Lucian Braum in the bot lane. And then to counter that, it's going to be a heavy reliance on the puppy. Now, I do like the Wukong Oriana combo because you can basically have the ball on Wukong. Wukong can stealth into that backline and do some serious damage. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes. Alternatively, you could have the ball being delivered by the Tam Kench as well. So a couple of options. Should be really, really good to see how they're going to execute on these team fights.
Yeah, the German dude 77 says Yumi in solo queue. That does not sound like the best idea. Well, before this patch, Yumi was pretty strong in solo queue. I actually liked having good Yumis on my team. Honestly, they like the healing and shielding. If built properly, Yumi can really really shine. And just to give you guys some insight on what I'm talking about, stop maxing E, please, as Yumi. Max Q, max W. Forget about the E. It's worthless to max. We got Gallant excited about Linium Set. Yes, Linium on Set. That is going to be a sight to behold. And also, German dude says, sounds like a lot of other enchanters are better, like Milio. I did forget about the Milio, actually. I think Milio is better than Yumi for that job. So you are right about that. It's just that the Milio didn't cross my mind at the time. We're heading into game, guys. Exciting stuff here. We see some interesting. What is that? The fabled 5-man bot brush and hope for the best?
It seems like it.
Ooh, we got a spicy invade here. Is the Varus? The Varus is not
The
going to see
angles.
this. He does get hit, guys.
He has to flash.
Oh, what a flash, though. Hold on. Unfortunately, I don't think he gets out of that. And that is first
he
blood.
doesn't. He doesn't
Picked
get
up
out of that,
by,
but that's a heavy invest,
yeah.
though. Because that's both soul laners use their flashes there to secure that first blood. So that leaves some opportunities for Z-Man to be ganking on the solo lanes. I think that
it is an important first blood here for the Set Tom Kench matchup. I would say that the Set Tom Kench matchup is a very fragile matchup. We can see here, we can see the vision, Damon. Sorry, bipolar, but unfortunately, this is why I hate covering that bush. By the way, guys, like if you noticed me when I try to cover that bush, I don't try my luck. I made my peace with that bush ages ago. I put my ward down. I sit under my turret like the good ADC I am. You know what I mean? It's like covering that bush is nigh impossible if the opposing side plays well for it.
Yeah. And very interesting trades going on. Good job for the Jamaicans, though, to get the level 2 first.
Yeah, you can see the Varus shining in terms of prio here. But just circling back to the Tahm Kench Set matchup, I think Tahm Kench has a better early game because of his passive and because of his Q short cooldown. But the second... Ooh, we got some action here.
Oh boy. And they're coming around and they know that there's no flash on either of them. And there go the feats of war. Very good pathing from the Jarvan, knowing that both sums were blown, the flashes were blown on the level 1, and instant punish for this. I feel that was very well done.
Yep, we can see here that they are indeed pushed up. It seems like Z-Man just went ahead and skipped camps to just, get there on the right time, right? It's a reoccurring. Oh wait, it's not Z-Man. Sorry, my bad. Secluded Pathos actually, for Les Ratatouilles. Yeah, seems like he was on the right place at the right time this time.
I don't know, so that was...
But yeah, the Set Tom Kench matchup again. I'm interested to know whether Set is gonna opt in for the Bork or not, because I think into that team, like generally, I would say no, because really the only HP stacker they have is Tom Kench. Everyone else is like the Wukong and the Poppy. They're not gonna have these extremely high HP values. They're gonna have like high HP values, but only bruiser level, not tank level. And then obviously, obviously we got the Varus and Oriana just probably gonna get one comboed if the set gets near them. So I'm interested to know whether he's gonna go opt in for the Bork or for the Stridebreaker, the whole Overlord's Bloodmail build. We'll see what happens with that.
Yeah, I gotta say.
And honestly, alternately, I believe, the other team has a choice here to make. What do they build? The Oriana, the Varus?
Well, I think the Varus' choice is pretty straightforward based on his runes. He's going with Lethal Tempo, so I think it's an on-hit Varus game. He's definitely gonna build a Bork, Set, Galio, Jarvan, Braum. So a Bork is on the table, a Rage Blade is on the table, but the question is, does he then sort of go hybrid and then start building more AP? Because as you guys know, Varus's W punishes high health champions, or is he going to stick with on hit and just rely on his kiting skills, sort of, to be able to win team fights?
Oh, and we've got a flash here straight away. They're looking for a punish onto Norseum, and he gets out.
He gets out.
Wow.
Damn. The unkillable Demon King, should I say.
It was well set up as well.
Honestly, if there's anyone who deserves that title, I would say it's North Stream, at least for upper bracket.
Yeah, that was very, very impressive. Here we see the replay of instantly going in, and a fairly good combo. The Jarvan is just a tad late and doesn't completely connect the full CC, leaving a chance for the Oriana to flash out. And we instantly turn to the bot lane where there's another trade going on. So, but I gotta say, the bot. What's really interesting to me is how the laners are setting up gank opportunities for their jungler as well. Because you've got Jarvan's here was bot while the lane was pushing towards the red side. So, and everything returns back to a certain normal state.
Yeah,
honestly, I was agreeing with you, Hunt, during the first game. It's really, it's really about the execution here. And honestly, when you were saying about the Varus and the damage with the poke, the combo, but as you can see with those two deaths, the Lucian is really taking priority over that lane with the Braum.
Exactly. Lucian at this point is, he has 3 levels in his queue. He has a pickaxe and a... Ooh, is that...
Okay, but he's alone.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like anything is happening. I thought something would happen there for a sec. But yeah, he has a pickaxe and 2 longswords to his name, so he has some AD. He's starting... Like, you're starting to feel those cues. You know what I mean? Oh, he's ulting.
Brom and Galio left. They were looking for something.
But yeah, going back to the set build, it seems like... Ooh, something's happening here. Is it? Yeah, going back to the... Ooh, he's eating him up. But yeah, going back to the set build, it seems like he's opting for the Stridebreaker after all. I would agree with that. Honestly, I would be tempted to go with Bork, but I think Stridebreaker is the right choice because, like, ultimately, you're just gonna ult the Tahm Kench into the backline anyway. So you want to be able to Stridebreaker, the backline, and then just do your damage to the best of your ability. But yeah, it also seems like we have Galio opting in for a more tankier build here. He's rushing a Spirit Visage, a Spectre's Cowl, which tells magging? Question mark.
Yeah, I think
I'm
so.
not sure. Okay, seems like I'm back. So he's probably going for the Magic Resist Shield item. Forgot what it's called, but yeah, that alongside Galio's Shield. Yeah, Chaotic Crickerin with Galio's Shield is... He's not going to feel any poke from that Orianna anytime soon. Ooh, these are the Qs here, hitting hard from the set. But yeah, on the other hand, we have Wukong opting for the Triforce. Jarvan is going for Sundered Sky. I think everyone else is just going with a regular setup in terms of what they're going to be building. So, nothing too crazy this game. Nothing too crazy. We have Drake coming up here in a few seconds. It seems like...
This is the second Drake.
It is the second Drake, and it seems like Red Side sort of have it. I think they do have
priority. They've shoved it, and they are on it.
Yeah, and that Galio... I think the Galio just provides too much pressure with his ultimate and his CC to contest the Drake.
Poppy is coming. Wukong seems to be on the way, though. Oh, that Varus poke.
Oh, and the beautiful ult here, which is an instant punish on the AD carry. And now the question is, what will they be able to get back? We've got the Galio coming in right after. And look at the punish here from Jamaicans. They're going straight for it. 3 kills. 3 kills, and they're going to be able to get the dragon despite the excellent setup that the red team had done. So.
Tuba being a jokester here, telling us that they finally broke the record of their kills this series. Yeah, last game they had 2 kills and now they have 3 kills. That was a good one, Tuba.
So, I'm wondering here if they basically should have just left as soon as the mission was caught. That they shouldn't have just left him.
Well, I think
people on that.
Again, we go back to it being an execution. Ooh, we have some action going.
Instantly, the Brom trying to get the punish back on the Varus, who is all alone, sitting all alone at turret. And the question now will be, will they circle around and try and get something more out of it, or are they just going to accept it?
I think they have to accept that the Varus lives. But yeah, they the Lucian, if they had... Ooh! What?
Brom's Q there, amazing.
Very nice. Very well played there from Dr. Duck. Um,
And very well played as well here from the Brom, who basically stays behind, makes sure that there is no way for a double shockwave to land on and the carry and the Brom, and basically sacrifices life to keep the AD carry alive.
that is what a support mentality looks like, guys. But yeah, going back to the dragon fight, actually, I think if the Lucian, after pushing in the wave, came to deal the damage, I think that they would have been able to finish the dragon and leave, right? Because their issue was that they weren't in dealing enough damage. The Drake was at around 2.5k when the fight started.
I gotta
So,
say, the Doctor really curved that strike around those minions to hit Tavares. Very well
you
done.
might could say that he thread the needle.
Yeah, one could make that statement that he managed to thread the needle indeed. In the meanwhile,
Well, we
trains
have our
going on
first
inside.
Heartsteel stack of top lane, guys, on Gekno. You know, we're going to be hearing that sound a lot, but that was the first one of many. Interestingly enough, though, despite the Varus being 3 kills down, he is equal on CS. Ooh, that is...
Good interrupt from the Poppy, and can they now turn it around? Here comes the Galio in over the top, and the Poppy boots 2 out, which makes this a very interesting fight. Wukong decides to re-engage on the fight, and we have people dropping left, right, and center, flashes being blown, and in the end, it's going to be both the Wukong and the Galio who drop. And now the question is, will they clean up more? The Jamaicans do seem to find more hills, and then we got a trade in the top lane.
That was really beautiful from Paper Knight over there. Very well executed. So not only does he stop the Jarvan EQ, he also pushes him into the wall so that he doesn't walk up and finish up with an ultimate, the Jarvan wall. Jarvan feels like he got frustrated and he just kind of like ulted the Poppy, right? Which results in Poppy dying, sure, but as you can see, the Varus was left unchecked. He was able to deal his damage, and this might have been the break that the Varus needed to get back into the game.
That Poppy R, honestly, was what decided it there. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, that's a good shout, actually, from you, Alex. The Poppy R took out 2 out of that fight, which made it a, 3v2 for like a few seconds, I think? So...
most importantly also is that it's most of the CC is then also gone at that point. Because it's the Brom who provides a lot of CC, and the Jarvan, even though the Poppy steadfast presence is down. And we see here an ult being flashed with Nord Stream rotating down to force more pressure. And they're really looking to tighten the screws onto this bot lane.
They have to. That's where they're... that's kind of their focal point. I don't think they exactly can play around the top lane. That being said, is it me or is Gekno sort of winning his lane? Or is that just my eyes deceiving me?
I also have that impression.
Well, it is like you said, the Bork.
Yeah, not having
the
wow. Bork.
And Poppy's ult got cancelled here, which was very, very big, meaning no shuffle of the players, and instantly the Varus gets punished for it and ends up dying.
But yeah, as honestly, we said, the Seth missing the Bork, you know, he's feeling that right now. Take a look at this again.
Very good stuff of putting the Varus in that ult and being stuck in afterwards. It's basically the Jamaicans had to just run to try and save whatever they could. They had to sack their AD carry. and try and accept their losses there. Very good stuff. Also, one thing we forgot to talk about with the bot turret gun, that means that the feats for the turret has gone to one team with the kills the other. So it could be interesting to see who ends up getting the feats in the end.
Yep, objective feats are missing. Ooh.
And wow, look at that damage from the AD carry. Sunny is absolutely putting on a clinic here. He's putting out a big load of damage and splitting his focus between two targets. Gekno, will he get out? Will he get out? Or is he still going to bite the dust? Oh. Meanwhile, we have Linium who managed to get... And Gekno survives! Going back to the mid lane. So he's still going to ult back the... And he puts the Galio on the turret to make sure the kill goes over to the Wukong afterwards, picking up that kill. And these are extended fights, both in top and in mid.
Yeah, if you didn't know, Tom Kench's tongue lash actually restores a percentage of his missing health. I'm pretty sure it's like 6% or something like that at rank 5. That adds up. If you're like walking up to a Tom Kench and he's just queuing you over and over, you saw there, like that was 250 health, right? That's a Braum Q essentially, and alongside his E, Tom Kench can be deceptively tanky when he's low.
But the one thing that I'd still like to pick up on is Linium has managed to get a second kill there. So the question is, will this be able to help him out in any way, shape, or form in that lane? Well, we see Poppy going deep for some wards, getting caught out. We've got the Galio ulting in over the top. And instantly they turn for the two carries are caught there. Varus still sticking around with a fair amount of damage. And now the question is, will he be able to return with a beautiful ult from the Wukong, sorry.
Well,
ooh. And Nord Stream still manages to pick up Secluded Pathos, who is still standing on that ball of his.
it looked good for less Ratatouilles, but I think they missed their window for what they wanted to do. Gekno here tanking 2 towers, showing us what Tom Kench looks like in the hands of a seasoned TK player. You know, I love these
and
TK.
He's even getting out. He's even getting out.
That is crazy.
Wow.
That's crazy.
That's some serious stuff there. And
I love those TK voice lines. You know, when he like cues you, or he ults you, or he presses E. He says stuff like "need salt" or something like "the only thing you've succeeded is ruining my attire" or something like that. You know.
The only person who can appreciate that is, of course, a chef in his own right when it comes to playing for his team and cooking up stuff. Other people, they find that more annoying than anything else.
You think so?
Yeah, that's not the fan of everything. Interestingly, we're getting a TP from the Galio coming into the mid lane, and a 4-man taunt followed up by an ultimate from the Jarvan, instantly blowing up Nord Stream. And now we get the turnaround. The question here, the Tam Kench is, look at how much he's tanking here. Poppy sending 2 people out, meaning that we've got the Lucian still doing damage on the clone. And it ends up being a 4 against 5. Only one person dropping, but plenty of action to be had there. And one has to wonder if Tam Kench can tank up 3 people. There might be that board.
He's about to find out.
Ooh, that was a risky smite with a near steal from the Varus Q. And in the meanwhile, we see a final disengage. But here, again, the Poppy's channel gets interrupted. and then we see that they instantly turn and burn onto the team. Big taunts followed up with the ultimate, and it has to be said the Poppy surviving there is already a big bonus. But Tom Kinch was just tanking so much stuff and being such a nuisance for his entire team.
That's Tom Kench's job, you know. Like that's kind of pretty much what he does. Job description, this kind of thing. Ooh, was Atakan? Did we miss Atakan?
And we missed the Atakan because the Jamaicans took the Atakan while the replay was still going on.
Wow, they took it that fast, huh? Wow. But yeah, it seems like the Tom Kench is opting for a more of a survivability build, so he went with Spirit Visage second, which, while the only real threat or AP threat that LR has is the Galio, the Spirit Visage's purpose is not to, you know, be an item that helps him against magic damage. It's mainly for its healing amp passive, heal and shield amp passive. That heal and shield amp adds up fast because not only is Tom Kench's shield spammable, but he has, as we said, a heal on his based on his missing health. I think I DC'd there for a sec. He has healing based on his missing health on his Q. He also has the healing that he gets from his gray health bar, so he will get a lot of value even if there's only one AP threat. It's just a question of what he does next. Is he going to go for Riftmaker for more damage orientation, or is he going to go for more pure tank? Because I'm not sure if pure tank is the answer, because as much as he wants to peel the Orianna or the Varus, he only can choose one of them, and even then, he needs to be, in my opinion, a threat to the backline. The set Qs are starting to hurt now with that Overlord's Bloodmail. But as you can see, the healing coming in from... ooh.
And Gekno has to flash out there, which is pretty significant. I would have... and the turret is going to fall because of that trade.
Yep. It looked good for Gekno, but I guess Overlord's Bloodmail set is just... Yeah, it's just Overlord's Bloodmail set. What could he do? He's going to deal upwards of 2k damage when his grit is full. And you got to dodge it or you take it. It's pretty hard to dodge, especially when the set has a Stride Breaker to his name. And even when he doesn't, he has that E to lock you down for like half a second, which is more than enough to set up the W, especially when you're playing a character like Tom Kench, who has a large hitbox.
And here we're going to see... Oh, and Gekno's going to try and dump set on the turret here. And,
well, he opts to not...
Oh,
he opts to
it's not done yet. We're still not done yet. We've got Tom Kench re-engaging. And I'm not sure that that's the best of ideas, because Set just still held on to his ultimate the entire time and turns it around on our beloved top laner. Here we'll see this in the replay. This is a very, very extended fight. And Gekno had the good idea, a good plan here, trying to get Linium under the turret. But I feel that he went just a bit too early. A good trade here. Trade.
Well, no, he didn't.
He was...
The thing is, if he does throw the set under turret, I'm pretty sure set ults him, so he will ult him away from his own turret. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do understand that part, but this here was just absolutely brutal.
So if set ults Tom Kench away from the turret, Tom Kench is definitely dead. We have some...
And we've got some more team fighting, and here it is. The Jarvan already drops early fight prior to getting some priority over the dragon, which means that this dragon should, in theory, being over to the blue side.
You know, the positioning is very important here. It's either team really has to take priority here and establish their control, because the fights could go either way. You know, it's again, protect the presidents here, I'm gonna be honest. It's the same thing. The script is here, you know?
I would disagree there. I mean,
they're trying to take the Baron here.
you're right about
Oh,
positioning. You
and-
should not be standing in set R range like that.
And what a beautiful ult from the Galio over the top. 2 kills have gone down. Both Wukong and Poppy are down, and it looks like the Galio will soon be falling as well, which leaves us into a 4v3 and re-engaging onto the one super tanky member of that team.
Oh my god.
And Sunny takes a massive damage and has to flash out, which means
Linium
big damage
trying
source is
his
gone.
best.
Holy.
And in the end, Jamaicans do turn it around.
They do
That
turn it
Orianna
around,
R
and
was
they are
insane.
that was a very good Orianna ultimate there at the end. But as you said, Alex, positioning is key. You should not be in range of that set W. Look at that set W, almost deleting the Wukong and then almost killing the Poppy as well. I'm pretty sure the Poppy actually flashed it now that I look at the replay, but still, you don't want that set to be able to get a good ult plus W combo off. So you always want to keep that in mind when you're playing against set, especially for your backline.
And this is probably why we have to pay so much respect for Orianna. And Baron, meanwhile, has gone over, and they're going to dump the Galio back into the pit so the carries can take care of him. Baron to the Jamaicans, and here we will we also notice that rest will be resetting.
Well, it's more
There's
of a
3k gold diff here. Look at all those shutdowns.
it's not a massive difference, to be honest. It's all about answers, because I think that LR do have. Ooh,
Oh,
we got
and they
some
instantly
action.
engage on North Stream. North Stream manages to flash out there.
LR does have the
And-
answers.
Ooh, wow. That repositioning deletes the Orianna. And here we've got an ult in the backline with the Wukong still trying to do damage. And now it's just Wukong against with Tam Kench. And it's going to end up being a triple kill getting picked up by the Wukong. But I gotta say, I think the highlight of that play was Nordstrom getting deleted nearly instantly because the set repositioned his Haymaker and caused him to take so much true damage.
Yeah, that was a big fuck up from Paper Knight over there, repositioning the set W to make it in range of the Orianna. But I'm pretty sure he was doing that to defend the Varus, actually, because I think it was the Varus who got stunned and was in danger of getting hit by that W. So not only is LR taking a 5v4, but they're also taking it while Jarvan was away. So it was a pretty bad fight to take, looking at it now.
Yeah, very true. And I think we might need to also stress the Poppy knocking the Jarvan completely back, which is their primary way of engaging those team fights. So the Poppy doing a very good job of creating that space, even though...
Yeah.
And that's the thing, without Jarvan, you know, Lucian was there in that fight. Braum was fighting 2 tanks there, essentially, the Wukong and the Tahm Kench. He couldn't do anything. He had to walk up. He knew he had to walk up there and deal some damage to the backline. But Braum could only hang on for so long.
I believe one of you guys was asking about why Wukong is, a big prio. in upper bracket, right? And well, Z-Man just showed you why. I think.
Big control here. A lot of damage going over onto the super tank. And we see here a lot of damage ult being thrown around, and out goes the Galio. Now the Galio still has ult, so it can rejoin, and we have a fight. And the Wukong gets burst down. Now, engage onto the Lucian. What will Lucian do? Lucian's going to pop Poppy, and then we have the Varus being all alone, which has to flash away. Tamkinch still kiting out. The Jarvan trying to turn it around, but the Jarvan manages to live with a slither of health. And the question now becomes, how are we going to take care of this dragon? Because the Jamaicans are on soul points, and they are pushing back Le Ratatouille.
They are on Soul Point, and as we talked about earlier, the Rift Maker on the Tom Kench
Varus is taking
putting. Yeah, they do not have Smite though, so they
Ratatouille is
might.
coming back to fight for it.
They are contesting it
And
here.
you see here, what is it? Now the question is, can they blow up? Yes, they blow up the Varus, so the biggest of damage is gone, which means they get to pick up the Drake, and now they turn their sights onto this super tank, Tam Kinch, who is continually trying to go for the Lucian, but just is being protected extremely well. Meanwhile, we have Nordstream trying to get away from Linium, and Linium here will chase Nordstream on the turret. Probably a bit too far, and will get turned upon with the Poppy being able to punch him into the wall.
As Selenium, you cannot afford to lose your flash like that. That is your biggest playmaking tool. That might cost them the game. Unfortunately, with Baron coming up in a second and a half, in a minute
Oh,
and a
and
half.
we've got a beautiful re-engage from the Wukong, finding a flank angle onto them. And the question is, how many people are they going to lose here? At least one, and it probably will be it. But that did blow the flash on the Lucian as well. And Paper Knight is still looking for more. He is not happy with letting them back there.
But yeah, circling back to the set flash, with Baron coming up in less than 40 seconds now, the set flash, obviously Set being a big playmaker here in these team fights, his flash is almost like fight deciding, in my opinion. A fight could be won or lost based on whether he has flash or not. So flashing there under tier 2 turret is pretty bad.
Tom Kench has TP. He's just going to keep shoving this and just keeping the set busy. While
Well, I
everyone
think
is
Tom
just going
Kench-
to get woods here.
I think the Tom Kench is being kept busy by the set, actually. I think the set does have that massive presence of ult and W, but without flash, it's significantly reduced. And they need
It looks like you'd rather go mid. Set doesn't have TP. You can't be in this fight if they pick one.
that is true.
Oh, but look at the... Well, look at the damage, and we see the Galio ult coming over the top, but the Varus remains seemingly untouched and has stacked up his the unhits, so he's going to be shredding a lot of people straight up. This was a very interesting team fight where we have two people from the Ratatouille instantly falling, and a reaction from the Jamaicans. Now the question is, will the Jamaicans try and go for the Nash, or are they going to try and fight here? Poppy decides to disengage, and now the Rats have turned on to the Baron.
Surely they go for the Baron here, right? They have the enemy jungler dead and the mid laner dead. It's a 5v3
They're
without
actually
jungler,
fighting
without
right
smite.
now. Solution is fighting them.
And they've taken the Nash, and they're still going for the fight, which is probably a bit too much to take, and they will be limping away with another 2 kills, going over to the Jamaican Super Duper squad. And this here shows very clearly that this will not be a clean sweep. This is going to be a good series. And the Jamaicans are looking to put the nail into the coffin here. Another big team fight. And
Set
they
is only
have
up in 20.
They're going for it.
they have
Galio's down.
yeah, and look at that.
Oh my
Very well
goodness.
played. Anita with Sid coming back. Tom
Gekko,
Kitch wanted to have
you
some fun and
sneaky.
drop his jungler into the fountain.
What a turnaround there.
Yeah, wow. It's not gonna be a sweep. It's not gonna be a 3-0. GG's indeed, Ditsy. That was a game to behold. There was a lot of moments where we had doubts on who has the lead, on where the game is going. I was on the edge of my seat, honestly. So, yeah. Quick thoughts, guys, on MVPs and aces here before we head into our break. Just initial thoughts. What are we thinking for MVPs?
Oh, that's a difficult one.
It is a difficult one, right? Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna drop that bomb on you then, and we'll take our 5 minute break. We'll think about it. We'll think real hard about who should be ace, who should be MVP, and we'll come back to you guys after our short break. And we're back. Oh, feels good to stretch your legs. Um, right.
Welcome, welcome.
So we've recharged. I feel ready here, guys. I don't know what's gonna happen. Is LR gonna are they gonna keep their sorry, is JSS gonna keep their run going? Are they gonna be able to keep going with their newly found motivation or morale from game two, or is LR gonna upset them and kind of take the lead back? It's exciting stuff. But going back to the MVP stuff, honestly, I thought about it a little bit, and I would give MVP to Paper Knight. I
I agree.
It might be a little bit biased because I'm an ADC player, but I you cannot like you cannot get any closer to a perfect support game in terms of like playing your champ. Paper Knight picked Poppy, and he played Poppy. Okay, he played Poppy to its near perfection, in my opinion, in terms of like preventing engages and disengaging with ultimate and CCing people. You know,
I gotta chime in and I gotta say that I totally agree. The amount of times that there was an engage where he just removed anybody who was near the Varus with his pop ult was absolutely amazing, and his steadfast presence to deny any follow up was really, really clutch. He
yeah,
created a
And
lot of space.
consistently getting two or more people away. Sorry,
yeah.
just had to add that there.
No worries, no worries at all.
So no, that was really, really impressive. When we look at the ace, that's a bit harder here, but I think that there is a good shout to be had for the Jarvan, because even despite with the puppy doing, he still found a lot of good engages. It's clear that Pathos really made the most out of it and really put his team into a very good position more often than not in team
I
fights.
I would hard disagree with you there. It felt more like frustration ults and frustration engages more than anything, because it did feel like the Jarvan was essentially made useless because of the Poppy, and therefore LR's team fights were never on their own terms because of that. But yeah, I wouldn't give my ace to the Jarvan. Um, I think, in my opinion, Sunny gets the ace from me at least. Uh, he did So you got to realize he's against a team comp where if he walks up, he is gonna blow up. You know, the Oriana blows him up. The Wukong is, man, disgusting amounts of damage in CC. Obviously, we don't need to talk about the immovable object that is Tom Kench. Lucian as a pick is, in my opinion, not good this game, but that's because they are one Lucian, so there's not much you could say about it. But given that he was playing a Lucian, he did what he could. I think he played the best, and I don't think that. I don't think. I think it could have been different had he had a different ADC.
But, yeah, I do see the reasoning for behind it. It's just that for me, with the puppy putting on such a clinic, there was still a few pretty good engages from the Jarvan. That's where I was angling towards, where he still managed to get onto the Varus with the Galio coming over the top. So there was still some good fights there. Turning to game three. Now we've seen a couple of things have been removed. We no longer have the champion pools are starting to dry up. I'm very curious to see what we'll be getting in the draft.
I
One
just don't
thing that
want to
I
see a Ziggs in the bot lane, guys. Like both sides, if you're listening to this, please let's not stoop that low. Okay, let's keep it clean, guys. We don't want to see a Ziggs here.
the thing that I'm very interested in is if we are going to get to see Mr. Fiddlesticks from our man Z-Man, because he does like to go for it. And if we are looking on the availability of certain picks that are still available, he still has quite a deep pool to go through. So I'm curious to see where they will go there. Likewise for the other positions, mid lane still has plenty of picks left. And it's going to be interesting to see where we will go there. That being said, I'm very curious if there will be any bans still thrown at the bot lane, because I'm not sure if there are a whole lot of support picks left that still can be banned out at this point after the previous game.
Yeah, I think the support champion pool is going to be opened up. It's just a question of, are we going to see more ADC bans or top lane bans?
My
We still have
guess would be that they're going to go and close a couple of things down, either top or mid.
we
Because
still
there's
have some
still
split pushing picks from Lerats. We still have Gekno with his, Mundo, his Mordekaiser. So it's going to be an interesting draft for sure. Yeah.
so, but alternatively, what they could also still go for is try and limit the AD carry pool. And then, who knows, there might still be a Ziggs because there's nothing else left if we continue to go down this path. Because there is, it should be interesting to see. But it's time to get into the draft. Both teams have evened up the series. It's now a best of three, and let's see what they decide to go after.
All right. We have our first ban. We are going for an ADC ban on Ashe here. Feels like a generic ban, but I'm not sure. Okay, so we're limiting Sunny's pool. I think that's what we're doing here. We're trying to make sure he doesn't get his carry champs, the Jinx, the Ashe, the Smolder.
This is going to be a B1 Tristana.
Could be. I just hope it's not a B1 Ziggs. Let's not do that, Sunshine. It
And
is a
there we
B1
go.
Tristana. So yeah, you were right. B1 Tristana. Tristana, in my opinion, as an ADC player, is the strongest ADC at the moment in terms of champion power and like agency and freedom of just like when you play Tristana, you don't feel like you're playing an ADC. You don't feel like a slave, essentially.
Lerat answering with Jin and Linium immediately throwing down the gauntlet and saying, "Give me my jacks. It's time for some split push power."
Just want to shout out here, Alex. He has to go, unfortunately, but thank you for being a guest on the stream. Uh, hope you had fun as much as we did, and maybe we'll see you in streams later, huh? Anyway, he's gone now. He's gonna be a memory, long forgotten.
And meanwhile, we still get the answers as Pantheon and Syndra. Pantheon, remember, is technically a flex pick, could go into multiple positions. And the answer on the Syndra is the Lissandra for Le Ratatouille.
I'm not sure about that Lissandra pick here. Lissandra is not a good matchup for Syndra. Sorry, the other way around. Syndra is not a good matchup for Lissandra. Syndra's kit allows her to exploit Lissandra way too much, in my opinion. I wouldn't have picked Lissandra here, but maybe Le Ratatouille has something cooking up.
Ooh. Oh, this is definitely a cook because they have decided that the Jacks, they're going to insert that into the jungle, and meaning that they still get a counter pick for the top lane. Linium is still on a split push champion, but it's going to be get nose Olaf into Linium's Fiora.
I'm not sure how I feel about Le Ratatouille's team. Obviously, as you know, Mahasvara, I'm a big draft enjoyer. I like to try to have cohesive drafts and, you know, pretty drafts, but I'm not happy about Le Ratatouille's draft. I am sorry to say, as LR, but I'm not sure what your direction is here. So you have a Jin Karma bot lane, um, obviously poke based, trying to get prio early, kind of mid game focused. You have the Lissandra, which also plays into that poke style. I'd imagine some kind of Lissandra ult into Jin ult to help the Jin land his, fourth shot. But then what is the Jax and Fiora doing there? Are you relying completely on the Lissandra to sort of engage for you here? I'm not sure if that's a great idea.
Yeah, I do feel that they might have overcooked a bit with the Jackson and Fiora. Doesn't completely line up. Whereas if we look at the Jamaican Super Duper server, their team fighting seems rather straightforward. They've got the Olaf who can basically run through everything and try and get onto the back line. They've got Syndra who, with a good stun and a couple of balls, could really unleash onto a priority target. And then they've still got a lot of mobility with the Tristano can self peel together with the Nami and have extra damage there. With Pantheon basically weaving everything together, he's going to be following up very well on a boatload of pick opportunities here. Or
That's the thing,
if they,
though. Olaf does not need to run to the backline this game. As you mentioned, Syndra can pick someone off like that, but also Tristana is a really good sort of assassin in that sense, you know? And Jin is not the kind of ADC that has an answer to a Tristana jumping into him. Unless the Jin is fed enough to kind of one-shot the Tristana with a auto Q as is some help with from Karma, Tristana later on in the game will reach a point where she can like jump in, bomb the Jin, and pretty much jump out. Olaf's job this game is just going to be to be a menace to the Lissandra Jax Fiora here as a front line. But I don't imagine that we will see a lot of team fighting based on LR's team comp. LR seems to be taking the direction of more of a skirmishy comp where they want to find little fights here and there instead of NA ramming it in the mid lane. But yeah, we'll see how it plays
Yeah,
out.
it's going to be interesting, no matter how we look at it. The one important thing, though, is that I feel though that the Jamaicans have more or less got some comfort picks that they're rather happy with, and have played a boatload of games. Whereas Le Ratatouille, they, as mentioned earlier, I feel that might have been overcooked a bit. I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure on H Genki here in the mid lane, to do a lot of setting up. He's going to have to get real creative with that Lissandra, as you mentioned.
Yeah. So obviously, comfort matters a lot, even in the highest of elos in the upper echelons of League of Legends in pro play. Comfort is still a big part of how teams draft. So you cannot deny uh, a player on their comfort pick.
Yeah, and then it's going to be interesting. Very. I also feel like the easier to execute, and this is something when I look at the draft also, is how easy is your execution of the draft, because you can put together a really nice draft with perfectly flanking options, but you got to be able to get those flanks off, and this is where I feel that the Jamaicans really have simplified things for themselves. It's going to be rather straightforward. They have a couple of opportunities to turn or to pivot, deeming how they want to, and a lot is going to be on their terms. The trick here is going to be Le Ratatouille are going to have to force the Jamaicans into certain positions where they have no good options to choose from, because otherwise I feel like a disengage is going to be fairly easy for the Jamaicans here.
Yeah, execution, easiness of execution matters a lot, as you said. JSS has the advantage in that they have a pretty straightforward team comp. They have a mage, they have an ADC, and they have some form of starting fights. Be it through Nami ult, Pantheon flank, or Syndra with her QE picks. It's more clear, as you said. It's a lot easier to read, and that's not just for you you know as a player, but also for your team. Like, it's a lot easier to be cohesive and coherent with what direction you're taking here, right? But if I'm on LR's team, if I'm the ADC specifically, if I'm the Jin, I would not know how to feel. I would not be happy with this team.
Yeah, this it's going to be a bit hard to execute. We do see that we are in game a classic five on defense across the board. No invades on this game, and it looks like we'll just be getting standard laning phases.
Here's a
do gotta
question:
say,
Do you think we'll see an Aphelios if we get to Game 5?
ooh. I'll put it this way: I think there's a bigger chance of seeing a Ziggs and an Aphelios this game. Just get that feeling. But it could be on the cards. So for
You know
now,
what? We have a comment here from Spoopid for you, Mr. Tuba. Mr. Tuba, is it possible to remove the Game 3 thing so that we get full view of the game? Well, you heard him. Your wish is my command, says Mr. Tuba, and he removes it for you. Spoopid gives you a Spoopid gives you a little thank you in the chat there. Thanks for the contribution, Spoopid. We can see the disgusting champion that is Olaf in his early game. Man, I used to be a top lane main before I was an ADC main, and every time I faced that champ, I did not understand what Riot was thinking when they made sure that he can play top. I don't think that champ should be allowed in the top lane, and that is my firm belief. Nobody can change my mind.
Yeah, but especially he becomes a lot stronger when he's low on HP, and that's when there's what do we see here?
Yep, we have a flash coming in, and another flash followed by the Jax for the first blood here for Les Ratatouilles. Beautiful execution here. Linium punishing the overextension from the Olaf when he was low on the mana. We have some action going on the bottom, and Tristana jumping in, cleansing the exhaust. Very well played there, dealing a lot of damage here on the Jin. Enough to make it so that the next one is going to be deadly. A lot of summons went out, even Jin's Barrier. We also have Karma's Exhaust. Obviously, the cleanse coming in from Tristana and the heal coming in from the Nami. Pretty much everyone lost a sum except their flash. So I think the next time Tristana jumps, we will hear that an enemy has been slain.
I gotta say here, and it's action packed all over the place. Teams just don't want to be going anywhere.
Ooh, you hate to see it here. We got the double back gank into the top lane. Jax being able to stun two people, but that is not enough because Gekko is going to finish off the first person with an E, and he's going to be able to hit the Q on the Jax and finish them off with an auto attack. Beautifully executed there from Olaf. The low cooldowns that the Olaf has in the early game, you should never forget about those. When you have like an 11-12 second cooldown in your abilities, Olaf has 7, has 5, because his E gets reduced by auto attacks, and his Q, it can pretty much get reset by him picking it up. We can see that again. It looked kind of good for Olaf here, and then it looked bad because not only did he dodge the W, but Jax being able to stun two people there looked kind of grim for a sec. But yeah, landing that essential Q turned the fight. And Olaf even had a W shield there at the end, so it was not even close.
I do gotta say, I did like the idea of trying to punish the fact that the Olaf didn't have some left after his first fight earlier to try and put him behind. But very good reading from Z-Man, knowing to having to back up Gekno there and being able to turn that around because now Gekno has a nice lead.
Ooh, what a finish here for the Feat of War from North Stream on his Syndra. QEing and then just, pressing the outplay button on that Lissandra. This is what I hate to see when we talk about draft. The thing is, I'm not sure how Skank can play that matchup any better. Like, it's just you just don't have the tools, for the job. You're trying to hammer a nail with a spoon, my friend, and it's just gonna suck no matter how you angle your spoon.
Spoons are not meant to be used as hammers. So, to continue on that analogy. That being said,
And,
go ahead.
ooh, we got some stuff here in the chat. I have not checked chat in a while. This Hunt guy can't stop talking about the Aphilos champ. White dog. we're gonna talk about that when we play Clash today. And speaking of Clash, guys, if you are a support and you're looking to join a team, hit me up. Shameless plug there. But anyway, GG Olaf traded half of his health traded half of his many for 0 damage on Fiora. Playable. White Dog says, "Crybaby." Yeah, he can't be trading his issue like that. I'm confused. What are these guys talking about? Are you talking about the Fiora Olaf like in the early game? I think so, yeah. We got Russian Baba Yaga gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Molo, thank you for the subs. I guess Alex pointed the finger here to put you to the stream. If you're listening in while you're at work, I don't even know if you're at work actually right now, but in all cases, it's great to have you. Thank you for the subs.
And in the meanwhile, we still see that they are already jockeying for some position over the dragon, which most likely will be picked up by the Jamaicans, who are looking to capitalize on that early lead and snowball into an objective.
Yep. So we have the first Drake on JSS. It feels there is some pressure brewing up in the top lane. I don't think the Fiora is strong enough to fight the Olaf yet, but I'm guessing that since Fiora has her ultimate now, it's going to be harder for the Olaf to fight, purely because Fiora can pretty much kind of kite the Olaf during his ultimate, and without his ultimate, I'm not sure if Olaf can win fights, but we'll see about that.
Well, Linium trying to get the wave to crash. Olaf trying to make sure that the wave gets frozen. And Syndra
As you should.
And Syndra is moving ahead very well with her passive being the splinters. She's already on 45. Remember that 120. That's
45 in 9 minutes. That is insane. I don't know if I should say it's North Stream or it's the matchup or a bit of both.
But yeah, the magic threshold there for the Syndra is the 120, and Linium getting pushed off his turret.
It's not even. Yep, the first lane swap of the series. I think. I don't think we had a lane swap before this, right? But yeah, that's not a bad idea, because the thing is, with Tristana, you want to get her. Ooh, nice flash there to deny the engage from North Stream. The unkillable Demon King in the mid lane, escaping yet another attempt on his life, guys. We have a response here by not only the top laner, but also the bot lane from LR here. Ooh, beautiful bubble. Sorry, beautiful parry on the bubble here. Finishing up the combo with a Karma W. Make sure that Pantheon is not going anywhere. Well executed from LR, but are they going to be paying the price in form of plates here? Olaf turning. The Jax does not have his E. Is he not going to kill him? He decides against it. I think he could have just bursted him down there under the turret. I don't think he would have died for it either.
Yeah, I think, but we're going to get a replay right away. And this was the extended play in the top lane. And
yeah, you can see there. Yeah, you can see there where the Fiora predicted the bubble coming in and redirected it at the Pantheon there to get most of the damage in on that Pantheon with her ultimate. Tuba, we have a bit of an issue with the stream. We're stuck on the replay screen.
yeah,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we've got a dive in the top lane.
Hell yeah, that's a Tristana jumping in to finish it off. Unfortunately for Z-Man, he will not be able to escape. He got rooted there at the end, which resulted in him dying. But that will be first tower for JSS, but not Feats yet.
So it's once again back down to the objectives. The Dragons.
They are not having enough. They want more. LR going in, trying to take down Tristana. Tristana, ooh, that sucks. Flashing like that is always a feel bad, man.
Yeah, really, very unfortunate there. And Linium is now trying to pick up some plates. And he's turning on the gas. He wants to see if he can get anything on the Olaf here. But he ends up walking away once again. And these are small things. All small things going in the advantage of the Jamaicans for now.
Yeah, but we have the beast of the mid lane, North Stream, cooking up with 120 CS, 10 CS per minute. Doin B, Rise Hack, the Chinese sex. Guys in the chat, can someone give me that copy pasta? I don't care if you hate it or if you dislike it. Just give it to me, guys. I missed it.
But
Yeah, so he was on 45 splinters 4 minutes ago or 3 minutes ago. How many splinters is he on right now, Tuba? Could we get that? 65 already. So he hit his third threshold. Obviously, you mentioned 120 as the final threshold, but I think 100 is where it's at. Because at 100, you execute with your ultimate. 15% health execute. 15% is nothing to scoff at. It is the threshold where you can like QEW ult somebody and they will die. QE, WW, Q again, and I think that's the combo. I'm not a Syndra player. I'm basing it off of what I see usually. So
really good job from the Jamaicans picking up their second dragon of this game, and that does mean that the feats go over to the Jamaicans, who will have access later on to those empowered boots. And we will see how things progress from here. But now we finally get back to normal laning phases, and the Olaf is having a very good time into the Fiora for now.
yeah, thanks to those lane swaps, the Tristana not only was able to get an item lead because of the plating and tower gold, but also Olaf was able to get an easier matchup, sort of, because of he wasn't as exposed to ganks and having to 1v1 the Fiora all the time. So he's both of them are eating well, you know. JSS are eating well. Ooh, he's gonna go in here. He's gonna ult. Fiora's ult is not gonna be enough because she got hit by the Q, and we can see why Olaf is such a strong laner. If he gets one Q off, it becomes really hard to get away from him.
It's especially so that if an Olaf in a lane, and speaking here from a top lane perspective, ever gets like that miniature lead, it very quickly feels unplayable because he can literally run away with him. He snowballs like very few champions can in the top lane.
100% agree with you there.
And right now we're seeing that in full effect. Lydium is going to be up for a really rough game this game. He's going to have to really pick where he can get his farm and where he can get his gold. It's not going to be easy at all.
I found that copy pasta that I'm talking about. Doin B Rise Hack, 400 CS, 24 minutes, L9 Turbo Boost, L9 Lie Detector Technology presents new Rat IRL lying script. 100% undetected outside of mainland China. Enjoy sushi plus hot Asian women featuring Doin B. It goes on and on. It is pretty entertaining. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's pretty entertaining.
Oh, and I think Bipolar didn't know where he wanted to go with that Herald this time around.
Yep.
He was,
and it was wrong siding it, pretty much.
I do gotta say that Jamaicans are really pushing in the Le Ratatouille here, and we do see a good attempt from a turnaround, but in the end, nobody will fall.
Yeah, seems pretty. Ooh, we got a QE here from the Syndra. Not a lot of damage coming through yet, probably because he opted for a Blackfire Torch instead of the. I'm not even sure if Ludens is the regular on Syndra. I'm not a big mid lane player, let alone a Syndra player, so I don't know if they still build the Ludens and opt for burst, or they go more of a utility build. But it seems like we're going for a utility build higher on the Syndra, opting for a Blackfire Torch and what seems to be a Cosmic Drive. And then on the side of LR, it doesn't seem like there's anyone doing anything too different. I will say, as a top lane secondary player, I am not a fan of Triforce Fiora, guys. I don't think Fiora should ever buy Triforce.
I
I gotta say, I do agree with the not being a massive fan of the Triforce Fiora. Then again, if you go here with a Hydra, a Ravenous Hydra, you're going to be pushing the waves away into that Olaf each time, which I think doesn't make it any better either. So it's kind of, I feel that Linium is a bit damned if you do, damned if you don't, caught with his build right now.
You're not wrong, but I think it's not about Triforce itself. It's just that I think the AD ratios that Fiora has, specifically on her passive, on her Q, on her E being a crit modifier of 200%. I don't know. You're kind of wasting a lot of that if you're not going with the Tiamat rush. You know, like the wave clear and the Ravenous Hydra rush. Sorry, the wave clear, the lifesteal. A lot of loss on that. We got Teddy here telling us. Syndra build is correct. Her best build is Blackfire, Cosmic Void, Decap, or Decap Void. Okay, that's good to know. The builds evolve, it seems. And then he's telling us that Triforce Fiora is perfectly fine. Fair enough. White Dog telling you, though, that it's not as a rush. If you don't rush it, you don't buy it. Most cases, I'll have to disagree with you on that. The king of top lane disagreeing with the king of mid lane here in the chat, guys. I don't know if I don't think Teddy's gonna be subbing in for any of the finalists on either team, whoever wins the series. But I would have said that you guys should settle it on the Rift. You know what I mean?
In the meanwhile, if we take stock of the game again, there is a nice 4K lead over for the Jamaicans, and they're gently catching waves. It feels like we've reached a bit of a lull state for now, with no objectives up, but the Jamaicans have managed to already secure those 3 dragons. They're already on soul point, and we'll be looking for the soul come next dragon.
Yeah, JSS do have their foothold established. They're taking control of the objectives, taking control of the map. They're making sure they're exploiting every possible avenue. Their eyes are set on the Atakan, it seems. Z-Man just making a full clear, knowing that he has that Pantheon ult for any emergencies should they appear. But generally speaking, I think JSS is in a pretty good spot here with control of the map.
Yeah, the tempo is being determined by the Jamaicans at this point, and it is on Lerats to try and react and see if they can punish any potential over-aggression. I gotta say, if you look at the vision that's being set up by the Jamaicans in preparation for this Atakan, they're being very thorough on it, and I have a feeling that the Atakan will not be too long for this world.
Yeah, you'll notice that Tristana has her IE power spike. So depending on how many lucky crits she gets here as she's stacking up her bomb on a target, she can start one bombing people, as in, you know, killing them within the duration of a bomb. So it's gonna be, ooh, we got some action going on here. The Lysandra ult with the Jax E coming in to stun Nord Stream. Not enough though. Nord Stream is just too healthy. He is able to get that execute. Look at that disgusting damage there.
Oh my god.
Well played.
Yeah, that's really something. Despite, I gotta say, I do like the play from Le Ratatouille, trying to get something back, knowing that they can contest for the Atakan, so trying to get something back on the other side of the map, and trying to punish Nord Stream. Nord Stream still taking one down together with him. And meanwhile, they just continue to push.
Well, he did die, but I will still say it. The unkillable Demon King of the mid lane, of the LFF mid laners here, showing you why he is the king, or unkillable Demon King, more or less. To get a death out of that man, you gotta use a lot of resources. He is not a joke.
So, meanwhile, what we have seen is T2 in the top got pushed down after Jatakan, and our gold lead, funnily enough, has slightly gone down. We've gone from 4K to closer to 3K now. So the Lirat did manage to put a dent into it.
Yeah, but you say this, but the gold leads is not the only like metric to think about here. A Tristana with 3 items is always going to be more useful in team fights than a Jin with 3 items, right? Like the Tristana, the Jin's time to shine was the early game and perhaps the mid game, but that that time is over. It's not your time anymore, Jin. It's Tristana's time to shine here.
Yeah, I do gotta be agreeing with that, and I am also slightly concerned about the output that the Jin will be able to do. I know that it's his new build going for the new moves first, but that does feel like a bit of a weaker build. You hit your power spikes faster, but you don't end up doing as much damage if the game goes late.
Well, you don't need to keep the Yomus. Ooh, beautiful response here from Skanky, but is it going to be enough?
Good ultimate. Good ult from Skanky to save himself there. And in the meanwhile, we do see that the Jamaicans are really looking, trying to spread everybody out to make sure that they will have full prio for that dragon, which has spawned in the meanwhile.
Fiora is just making sure that she is buying as much time as possible here. But it doesn't matter because JSS is just able to take the dragon, no contest. It's just going to be hard to walk into this Olaf Tristana. It's just going to be tough no matter how you crack that nut. Beautiful execution here from Linium. Unfortunately, it's not enough though. Jax jumping in with a bomb on his head isn't going to be enough for him to be able to do anything. Ooh, that was a big delete here. Olaf flashing in on both the Karma and the Jin, taking them out of existence here.
The go buttons have been pressed.
Ooh, that could be it. They have the pushing power to do this. That could be it. That could be game 3 here for JSS.
Jamaicans making it very clear that they want to move forward quickly. And a very, very clean game. Very objective focused. And I think that Les Rats will have to go back to the drawing board a bit, considering their last pick there. I feel that there might have been something better that they could have changed. There was a bit of an over-indexation in one thing, and as soon as Linium fell behind, that lane was very, very hard to play.
Well, as we talked about it before, the whole draft that LR had for us was kind of weird. But yeah, we got a few comments here to go through. It's we're having a conversation here, Teddy and White Dog, talking about how phase rush users are all better into Olaf. So I think we're talking about the Fiora pick. Danny, I'm assuming that's Linium. Danny is not a Fiora player. Ooh, okay.
Ooh, okay.
He's a tank weak side player, but on this team he plays carries. Okay, so that's some lore here for us, actually, because I didn't know that bit of information. I didn't know he's the main tank or weak side player. His bot is solid. A tank champ could go mega hard. I don't know. His bot picked Jin Karma to not have Prio. Yeah, that's true. I mean, well, Jin Karma does have Prio over Tristana, but it's only for like a very short while because that Tristana can, like, once she has enough points in her E, she just takes over. Like it feels hopeless. Anyway,
I do gotta agree with everything that the Hunt just said. Sorry.
It's all right. Was just gonna notify Tuba about the break, but did you have anything to say before we go?
Well, the only thing that is going to be interesting is 3 games have come and gone now. champ pools are really starting to slink. So I'm very, very curious to see what would happen next. And I wouldn't be too surprised if we see
Aphelios,
some
guys. Aphelios. That's what we want to
targeted
see.
bans towards the mid lane.
Or Seraphine,
And on,
Tuma, you know.
and on that note, I think it's time to throw it over to a 5-minute break.
Yeah, I'm losing.
If you don't know who I am, my name is Chuba. I am the one who was inting in the jungle last night for the Netflix and chill team. But I am more commonly known as the streaming extraordinaire. Tonight, we have a hell of a matchup.
Welcome back everyone, it's your host Extraordinary Eunice bringing you another Tier List Tuesday. Today I'll be reviewing the skins of the most requested champ from you guys, which is of course Teemo. For some reason most of those requests had very similar names, but I'll choose to ignore that since you the people have spoken. So to kick off this very legitimate and probably recognized tier list, I'll start this with a very easy S tier, Omega Squad Teemo, straight to the top of the charts.
And welcome back, everybody. You will have just seen a little promo video for the next tournament from the mini LCS server, who will have another crack at a fun tournament that will be showing up. It will be easily to sign up. If you've got a group of 5, be sure to head over there. And even if you're not 5, but if you just want to play with a friend or 2, if your groups are 2 or 3, or just want to have some fun, be sure to sign up, and some teams will be created for you so you can have some fun nonetheless.
Yeah, we're personally, Mahzvar and I are making, or more like reviving, the idea of an old team that we had, something called Miracle Makers. That's kind of where we met Mahzvar, ain't that right?
That is right. That's where I had in that regard, my vision of League of Legends got very well expanded, seeing how you didn't have to stick to the standard roles with sort of predefined champions that could fit, but you could basically experiment and see what you could fit into other roles, which, who knows, we might still get to see that here in this tournament.
What we have, what? Have you not watched?
Obviously,
Have you not watched
we
our
already
series
have.
2 days ago?
I have seen a couple of things, but I still know what you have cooked up, and I don't want to spoil that part yet. So I still see certain angles, certain options, which I am awaiting with great anticipation. And should they not be seen here, I'm pretty sure that they will be revived during that mini LCS. That being said, let's throw our heads back to the previous game, where the Jamaicans have taken a 2-1 lead over the Rats with a fairly convincing play and a very quick end to the game, surprisingly enough.
That was a fast game.
So, and the question here is, did the Rats maybe do a bit too much cooking, or were they forced into a certain situation because of the timely bans from the Jamaicans, which denied the idea of their entire comp?
Well, I think before we talk about that, I think we should just real quick address MVP and Ace here. My MVP for game 3 would be Z-Man on the Pantheon. The impact speaks for itself, I think. Obviously, Gekno is real close up there, but I think Z-Man was able to impact the map and just be useful as a jungler.
I can agree with that. Although I am going to play devil's advocate here, and I felt that Gekno had a bit more impact because he was given a lead, and then just literally pulled the rug out of under the feet from Lilian.
Well,
made sure that he could do nothing in that lane whatsoever.
Who gave him that lead?
Yes, Z-Man did give him the lead, and I think that especially Z-Man showing up when the second gang came in from Secluded Pathos, trying to punish that Olaf was an excellent read from Z-Man, but the amount of work he did afterwards and the amount of pressure he was able to put on, I'd still favor it towards Gecko. But there's a good call to be had for Z-Man for that game. It definitely was one of those two. And
maybe
if
we
we're
can.
then and if we're then going to look at an ace, this is where it becomes slightly harder. But
I
do
would
think
rather
that
not give an ace to this game. I think. I don't think because in my opinion, giving someone ace means that they performed, and I hold the team of LR to a higher standard than that game. Sure, the draft doesn't help. I agree, but I would refrain from giving ace to anybody in that game. LR, you gotta step it up. You gotta pull through. You gotta go back to the drawing board, see where you went wrong, try to fix it. Or you gotta put on the chef's hat.
yeah, but then please make sure that you make something perfectly. Don't overcook your stuff, because I do think that there was a thing. I think that there was something to be had for the Jacks being a top playing pick. I did like
White Dog,
the, the
White
idea
Dog
of how
telling
to
us
flex on top.
top laner with MVP equal never happening. I mean, weren't you given MVP on your Darius game 2 days ago? What the hell is this man complaining about? But yeah,
You sure?
um,
You sure it was 19 though?
yeah, he was 19 and 0. That man. Ugh. I get chills sent down my spine remembering that game. Anyway, we have our own game to focus on here, so let's talk predictions in terms of picks. So honestly, at this stage of Fearless, we head into dangerous, uncharted territory. All right, that's my D&D face coming out. But you don't know what's gonna happen. You don't know who's gonna, who's gonna pull out what. Maybe somebody's gonna pull out an Aphelios, for example. In the bot lane. And Derek,
Raphael's talk.
dude, but just say that again,
I
bro.
got a feeling that they're gonna look at the mid lane champion pools and see if they can't squeeze something out there, because there is a lot is gone, and there could be some more stuff that they could easily try and see if they can get an advantage there. I have a feeling that would be a very feasible path. I think that they've already gone after nearly all the supports that were available. They've already gone after the 80 carry pool as well. So the logical next step is the mid lane. And it should be interesting to see what will happen there.
The thing about banning mid laners is that I think it's going to be affecting Skank more than it would be affecting North Stream. I just think that North Stream's champion Ocean is just too big to ban out. I don't think you'll ever be able to fully and truly ban him out where he does not have a viable pick. But Skanky, obviously, his Oriana's gone, his Xerath is gone, his Galio's gone. I think these are Skanky's premier picks. He still has the Ahri, I know that, but and the Hui is gone from North Stream. North Stream took Hui away from him, so I think Skanky is in a bit of a spot here where he might get banned out and he might not have a pick to go with. But we'll see. Speaking of which, yeah, we do see some target bans here from JSS. They're banning the Ahri and the Annie and the Asol on Skanky's side, but we're also seeing we're just seeing mid lane bans everywhere, and we see a little Ziggs ban sprinkled in there. Thank you guys. Didn't want to watch another one of those Silver Hui games.
Interestingly enough, and the first pick Sejuani, and that is instantly being answered by a Victor pickup together with a Volibear. Now the big
I don't
question
think the
here
Victor
is
is an answer. I think they're just taking Victor to make sure they have Victor. Because looking at the entire champion pool of mid lane, there's not a lot left. But Victor is one of those that is, you know, really good in this situation. I like the Victor a lot more than the Cassidy. I don't think the Cassidy is the right play here, especially not when you see a Volibear locked in.
it's going to be interesting. And will they? And they deny the Corki away from Bipolar, which I think was one of the champions that was still high up on his list of options to play.
That's true,
So
but they also
it's
take away the Zaya from Sunny. So
yep, it's a mutual pick from each other. And now the big question is: do they think this is a Volibear jungle, or could this be a Gekno special Volibear top?
that is a very good question, and it's probably a flex pick. I think they're gonna judge where it's going based on what top lane matchup we have here. For the bot lane, it seems like we have a Melio counterpick here on that Leona, so it sucks to it's gonna suck for the Leona. Like playing into Melio as Leona is never fun in my experience. In my short time playing support, man, I permabanned Melio mainly. Uh, Played a lot of Leona back then, so I really hated going up against him. But yeah, we have our draft. A lot more cohesive. I like this a lot more from LR here. There is a direction. There is a lane to play around. There is a late game insurance. Yeah, it looks like they have their head back in the game, but that does not mean we should disregard JSS. JSS team comp looks serious and mean as well. I like LR's team comp more than JSS's though. What do you think, Mazar?
Um, if we don't take into consideration what is familiarity and other things, I probably do prefer LR's team comp over the Jamaicans super server. That being said, there are a couple of picks, and especially Gekno is probably on his most comfortable champion there up there in the top lane. He is. He is. This is going to be the game where he's going to want to see if he can tighten the screws onto Linium real bad, and see if he can just push him out of the tournament altogether. I do think that there is some very good stuff and very good initiation on the Jamaican side. And for me, the person to watch on LR side is going to be Dr. Duck, because he's going to have to make sure that he is on point with all his spells to deny the initiation and allowing for a turnaround from Le Ratatouille onto the Jamaican super server.
Yeah, that Melio is going to be a thorn in JSS's side. That being said, JSS does have a direction too. The Zaya Leona, if somehow the Leona is able to get on top of either the Melio or Corki, the burst coupled with Zaya's burst, they're probably going to kill whoever they jump. And even disregarding that, they still have a lot of engage power and pick power through Leona ult, Nocturne ult. Like they can target one guy with Leona ult and then just jump on someone else with Nocturne ult. Like change targets real quick. I'm not sure what Volibear is going to be played in the top lane here, but if it is AP Volibear, which in my opinion is how you should play Volibear, but I know that we have a lot of Volibear players in the chat here. If it is AP Volibear that is like split push focused, then that Ornn, he's in for a rough time. I hate to break it to you, Ornn. But yeah, jungle matchup. I like the Nocturne a little bit more, mainly because I think the Nocturne can do more. The Sejuani here, like if he ganks bot, they're both double ranged. If he ganks mid, he's ganking a Gassadin. If he ganks top, he's ganking an Ornn. I don't like the Sejuani here purely based off of not having synergy. Not saying that Sejuani cannot be picked without synergy, but I like to make sure that my picks. I like to get the most out of my picks. So if I would be picking Sejuani here, I would want to pair it up with at least a melee support. But I see why they picked Emilio. It's kind of a tough choice that you have to balance here, but yeah, it's we'll see how it turns out. We'll see how the execution goes, because at the end of the day, that's what matters the most. I think that's the
I
recurring
totally
theme, at
agree.
least.
And it should be very interesting to see also how where their focus is going to be, because I think that there is going to be a big difference for the junglers to path down where they want to be pathing towards and who they want to play around, and then how that will translate then within the team fights itself. I think that's going to be a very interesting option, and there might be a chance that they path away from each other this time around. So that should be very interesting to see what we have to look forward to. And one final, two extra things that we have to point out is, first off, will Le Rats be able to get one back and push this game to silver scrapes, or will we see the Jamaicans close out this series with a 3-1? Um, So we have to inform also how close the standings were. And in their first, in the regular season, when these two teams matched up against each other, the game did end up going 2-1 in the favor of Le Ratatouille. But the Jamaicans have very clearly have very clearly proven so far. They had a point to prove that that was just a mishap, and they will be looking to close it out. These two teams have been going head to head, and as my dear colleague The Hunt mentioned, if we were looking at record wise, they had the same record. There were three teams with a similar record, and these two had a similar record. It was just that a couple of games win percentage ended up splitting hairs at that point. So we'll be looking forward to seeing what's going on. We have also been informed that unfortunately there is a pause within the game itself. So as soon as we have more information regarding that, we will pass that on. And in the meanwhile, all that's left to do is to review what still could work out more, or which comp has a more favorable pathing. If it goes late, Hunt, which comp would you favor? Would you favor the comp with the Kassadin or the Victor?
Well, a lot of people still think Cassidy is a late game champ, but I don't think he's like that anymore. I think Cassidy is more of a mid game champ. Obviously, not saying he's not his late game is to be disregarded, but I think at 11 with 2.5 items, he spikes pretty hard, um, harder than he used to. At least before, it was more like a level 16 thing, but now he's pretty playable at level 11. So the mid game transitioning into the late game, I like LR's team a little bit more because of that. Obviously, Orn being a walking, you know, value generator. Like, what's there to say about that? 5,000 gold
That,
worth of stats to your team at some point. Like
yeah,
it's just it's like LR do have a vision with their team. Again, it is obviously late game scaling. The core key is there to be played around mainly, I think, mainly to get them to that stage, and then some more, right? With Emilio uh, helping him out there. But generally speaking, it is all execution based. Can the Kassadin get to the late game? Can the Corki win the lane? Can the Sejuani play around her strong side? Can she strong side the bot laners? Can the Ornn survive his top lane? All questions that we'll see answers to very soon, hopefully.
yeah. What I also very particularly like, and something I think that was probably understated in this
Oh,
draft that we didn't pay enough attention to.
uh,
is
Dusk MTG is actually agreeing with me here. He's saying Kazan is probably a level 11 champ. All right, cool. You just fell off my eyes.
okay. Yeah. So the one thing I did want to still point out on is Sejuani is always such pick related towards the team, but we'll come back to that later because we're in game, and lo and behold, would you believe it? The Jamaicans have another plan for a level 1.
Yeah. Sorry, I
No
can't
way.
hold my laugh.
No way.
No,
Surely
no,
not. Surely
don't
not
do it
twice in a
again.
row.
No, don't do it again, please, Sonny.
Okay.
Sonny, no, Sonny. Okay, all right, it's fine.
Okay.
We're fine. We learned our lesson. We're not trying our luck.
Oh.
SpongeBob, Phew meme, if you know what I'm talking about there. That was a close one. We don't like to fall for the same mistake twice up here in the upper bracket.
Now, there is one thing I really do like. Whenever there is a level 1 potential invade going on, is the reaction that Le Rats have shown here with immediately going for the deep ward so that they get some extra information on potentially on which side junglers are starting. So what I do find interesting, though, is that Secluded Pathos is choosing to match the Nocturne. So they're going to converge together, with Nocturne being the better dueling champion out of the two of them.
Yeah, but I don't think they're actually going to do anything unless there is like a very clear opportunity here. Remember, the Leona is just hard. Sorry, the Melio is hard to get onto, and the Leona is also tough to kill. So both sides have something going for them in the sense that it's not clear how that gank will look like.
Here we instantly see the level 2 fight instantly coming out from the Jamaicans. They instantly tighten the crew and get a good chunk of damage onto that Corki.
Yep, we like to see those. If you're an Alloys watcher, he always tells you fundamentos and level up timers. So they work in the bot lane too, guys. Abuse them. Pretty good.
Now, and again, they keep pushing it in here.
Seems like bot lane is going to be having prio here. I don't think that it is that we'll see a gank. I genuinely don't think the Sejuani is going to gank here. I think if they know where the Nocturne is starting, then I don't think they're going to go for the gank. Because, yeah. The counter gank potential is just too big.
I'm having flashbacks of a previous game that I saw. Not sure who it was between, with Volley and Ornn, and the Volley got the Ornn so close to dying. Oh, they've found it. Secluded Pathos interrupted his base timer. Now we will see Z-Man going for the double scuttle.
Yep. Double scuttling the Sejuani. Ooh, we have something going on here. Alright. Some light action there from the bot lane. Ooh, they're re-engaging.
And now the Ignite does come out, which I was wondering when it would come out in the previous one, but they decide to use it and are none the wiser of it. That being said, we see very clear advantages in the lane in top and bot for the Jamaicans.
Yep. Jamaicans are taking control of every lane there, but that's what you get when you play a scaling comp.
Oh, good trade back by the Rats. And question becomes, do they reset? Oh! And we see a kill in the top lane. We have a very... one more trade. Gekno goes in for that trade, and Linium didn't completely respect it. And it ends up falling. So the early lead goes over to the Volibear. And anybody who plays top, a Volibear with a lead is not a fun place to be in.
Yep. I play against Volibears all the time. I also play Volibear myself in my free time, and I like to terrorize towers. With AP Volibear with Hullbreaker, giving that champ, an inch will make him take a mile. So, yeah, not gonna be a fun time for the Ornn this game.
That being said, it is Linium. He is a very good tank player, and he should be able to navigate that fairly decently.
We see the Drake here being started by Z-Man. I know that the Nocturne is stronger here at dueling, but is it a good idea to take this? The Ornn roaming.
Gank wants that kill. Is he going to get the Leona Frit? No, he does not. And meanwhile, we have the Ornn and the Volibear who has rejoined. The fight has come down. And it looks like the Jamaicans have been pushed off the dragon. And no reinitiation will be happening for Le Rats.
Yep, it seems like we're going to leave the Drake alone, try again another day. Maybe when we have Nocturne ult, things will be a little bit better. But so can... Ooh, is that something happening? No. Just some light trading, I guess?
Linium choosing to trade a bit onto the Volibear. And he's trying to bait it out so that his jungler can come around. The question is, will the... Here we go, and here comes the Nocturne. Nocturne's going to come in, but is it too little, too late is the question.
I think it is. So yeah, unfortunately, it was too little, too late. Maybe if the Volibear walked to the direction of the Nocturne, it would have ended better, but we could get a replay on that, maybe.
Yep.
But yeah, other than that, we have bot lane just chilling, pretty much equal CS lead here. People still go Triforce, Manamune, Corki, and I understand why. Don't get me wrong. But there's something inside me that tells me crit,
Oh,
here's the replay.
We get the replay where it was very clear that Linium was trying to set something up. His jungler was just behind him, whereas the Nocturne was on the red buff. And
Gotta love that vision. Yeah.
And
love the vision manipulation there. So maybe if he ults to the tri-bush there, right? Instead of ulting in that direction. That might have turned things, but I could be wrong.
So, and in the meanwhile, we keep having trades in the bot lane going back and forth. And now the question becomes, does Gigner rein in his aggression? Or does he just keep putting the pedal to the metal and trying to get this a bigger lead over this Ornn, knowing that he will get outscaled at some point?
Well, even if he does get outscaled, the Ornn will never be able to match him in a side lane. It seems like he's going for the Rod of Ages Navori build, and we have a few Volibear players who might be able to give us some insight on the chat. What are we thinking about the Navori Roa build? I personally would have liked to see the Nashor's Riftmaker into ooh, we got some action.
And they're back here to punish that volley. No sums, and it's easy setup. The reaction though from the Jamaicans is instantly to turn onto this dragon. which is probably also a good place to start. Here we see that the fight again. Gekno keeps trading aggressively, and Secluded Pathos had just pathed up, gets the ult off, and then after that it's just a beautiful chain CC, lock him down, and second kill over to Secluded Pathos. Meanwhile, the Drake has gone the other way of the Jamaicans.
Yeah, taking Z-Man is showing no mercy here with his jungle clear. His pet is at 12 stacks, while Sejuani's pet is at 19 stacks. You can really see how, you know, like AFK farming is a legit strategy. Full clearing, you know, if you guys are one of those people that have these Hecarim playlists full of full clear music, this is what Z-Man is doing right now. You know?
And we see once again Gekno trying to chip away a bit of damage onto that Ornn. Both supports meet up in the mid lane. Not much else happens of it. But
Yeah, they say hi to each
Z-Man-
other, shake hands.
But the big advantage, though, is in the meanwhile, Z-Man is able to clean up a second objective, meaning that he got the grubs, and that means that the Jamaicans now have 2 feats for the objectives already, for the neutral
Yeah.
objectives.
They are missing only 1 to get the feat of objectives. I don't remember what it's called, but we know the one. We have our first item spike here. Our first few item spikes. So we have Heartsteel on the Sejuani. We have the some action.
And as we say that, we instantly have some action going on, and the question is, will they be able to turn it back around or not? Both the top laners have fallen, but Skank is coming up, and Skanks wants this Nocturne, and will get it. And therefore, that means that the feats of war go over to Lerats. Meanwhile, we see a bot lane.
Ooh.
That could be a dive
That's a
here.
flash stun.
Good execution, and can they still get the Corki as well is the question.
They're not letting up.
Oh, and very well played. All sums get
Beautiful.
burned, and they end up getting both the AD carries. So the Jamaicans do get something back, and now there's probably a chance for a nice lead to start occurring within that bot lane. So here we're going to see that replay in the top lane, where both the top laners end up falling. Gekno does get the kill on Telinium, so that's extra gold there, but the jungler gets more, and Skank immediately rotated up to make sure that he could get some extra gold for his own.
Yep, you do not want that Kassadin to have these early kills. Not only are they extra gold, they're also extra XP. Champion XP is a lot more prevalent than minion XP.
Here we
at
see
least.
Here we see that dive first on the Milio, making sure that we lock that down, and afterwards killing the other AD carry. So there is one thing, however, and I would very much, I'm very curious to hear what the stream would have to say about it regarding the Victor build. The Rod of Ages is something I generally don't recognize. However, we see here that the Lerats turn on and start fighting again and trying to punish. But the Jamaicans do get a kill back. Here we see
so
Paper
the
Knight
Victor-
delegation. Go ahead.
Victor's opting in for the Rod of Ages Haunting Guys build, where he's a little bit more tankier in exchange for a little bit less burst. I mean, this game he's against a few health stackers, so he might not need the burst. He would need the Leandries a little bit more, and having Rod of Ages helps a lot with that.
Interesting. Now we had a big fight in the mid lane, plenty of, and look at that. Skank has wanted to make it personal and instantly goes back in there, gets the kill, and that considering that it's the unkillable Demon King Nord Stream, that must feel very good. He was able to punish a slight overstay and mistake.
Yeah, you don't always get to say that I killed the unkillable Demon King, so... But yeah, some more insights here. We have 3 tiers on LR side. You know, we got a tier in the top lane, a tier item in the mid lane, and a tier item on the ADC role. Ooh, that's a nice combo.
And oh, here we go. But Gekno's going to get punished for that over-aggression, and the kill goes on to the TP and Cassin who came in. Linium making sure that he is setting up his teammates and getting the gold allocation where it needs to be. And then meanwhile,
yeah, beautiful TP there from the Kassadin. It's good that he's going all around the map and just making sure that the gold goes where it needs to be. I do agree with you there. That Kassadin is putting in a lot of work. He's already reached his level 11 power spike, his 1.5 items. I think he has a lot of. I think he's sitting on a lot of gold. If we can get production to show us that gold here, yeah, 1,000 gold is a decent amount. He is gonna be eating well when he goes back to base.
Yeah, that certainly is gonna be a. Ooh, and the duck gets out of it. No duck on the menu today. Where obviously Skank, this was a replay from the Skank going up, TPing up top, and then hightailing it back to the mid lane to be able to cover for his jungler who was trying to hold the mid lane for him. And while we're seeing all these replays, the Rats did end up taking the Rift Herald, which, unless if I am mistaken, means that the feats still have not gone over. No. So, did you say that again?
Yeah, the next dragon is the deciding objective for the feats of objectives. I'm going to keep calling them that because I'm not sure what their real name is.
And here we see, and there looks like everybody is joining up in the top lane. Secluded Pathos ults onto the Volibear, and this looks like Z-Man might have bitten off more than he can chew, and he's going to pay the price for it. The question is, what else will be happening? In the meanwhile, we see that Linium is going to try and take that top lane turret, and Gekno is still looking for a fight onto Skank, and Secluded Pathos right behind him. Here we will see that again. We have the Nocturne. Go ahead.
Beautiful execution there from LR on responding to that play.
And meanwhile, we have more action going on. They're looking for another pick on Gekno. Meanwhile, we still have... We got that T1 turret has been able to drop. Now the question will be, will we have another big fight around the dragon or not? That is going to be coming up in 2 minutes' time.
Bipolar is really keeping up with his CS score here. He's almost at... He is at 10 CS per minute. And that's a pretty decent lead, pretty sizable lead that he's generated because of CS. Nothing to snuff at all. That being said, the gold difference is skewed over to LR though. A lot of the gold is on the Ornn and the Sejuani, which is... it's good, I guess. I'd rather have most of the gold on the Kassadin. Kassadin does have a decent amount of gold to his name, but you can never have enough gold on the Kassadin. I always think.
And we will have our resident white top laner, White Dog, chime in here, saying that the Volibear needs to start proxying and moving around the map a bit more to impact it more. Because as it stands right now, he's slowly gonna start to fall off.
Yep, I don't think the Volibear should be trading with the Ornn at all. He should not even be seeing him in lane. We should get more, as much as Riot dislikes proxying and the idea of proxying waves, I think it's a good strategy. It's a smart strategy, like it's a good strategy and it's definitely a punishable strategy. So,
And considering that the feats are about to be unlocked, the dragon has spawned in, and this kind of should be a magnet for everybody to come. This should be a big fight. We do see, however, that Leratz has started up the dragon instantly, and we get the TP from the Volibear coming down. This is going to be a full 5-on-5, and this is going to be explosive. Let's see what happens here. We've got straight the Ornn ult gets called. And in the meanwhile, we have Z-Man getting blown up. The Kassadin is doing its work. Skank ends up falling, finally. But not before he's been able to do some work. The Ornn decides to re-engage onto North Stream. North Stream gets popped. Meanwhile, everybody's thinking. And everybody falls, with the one exception of Melio, meaning that when everybody's back up, we can all join back and go straight back to that dragon to do it all over again.
beautiful, beautiful from both teams there. The Zaya and the Victor living that long to be able to pump out more damage. Yeah, that was really good from them. The Corki repositioning in such a way that he's not like exposed to all the damage that's going through, all the bullets that are going astray. He's still trying his best to pump out damage. He's just trying to make sure that he's doing it safely. For most of the fight, you can see the Victor and the Corki standing kind of side by side, hitting the opposing members of each other. Like a shooting gallery kind of style.
And here we go. We get to have the fun again. It starts all over. We've basically had a miniature break. The ultimates have come up and they go again for it. So Ornn gets called in. Skank is trying to come in. Will he finish off Paper Knight is the question. No, he's not going to be able to. However, in the meanwhile, we do have Getno falling. And that means that the Dragon's on the card, Atakan is on the cards, and I'm pretty sure that the Jamaicans are not ready here, and it looks like we're going for round 2. And we just see
they're going for it here. Zaya pulling her feathers, getting the Corki rooted. Corki still unable to deal damage due to that Victor W there. Good positioning there from that Victor W, but unfortunately it's not enough because JSS is going to be able to secure that dragon, and they will be able to. Sorry, Last Ratonis. I'm losing it, guys. I'm losing
it.
I'm gonna keep referring to them as LR. That was always easier. Anyway, LR were able to secure the Drake, and they're also moving towards the Atacom.
I do gotta say, this continuously fighting kept going on, which initially it looked okay, but then Getno ended up getting picked off, unfortunately. From there on out, it looked difficult because the Leona was properly chunked, meaning that it was going to be a 3-on-5, and Secluded Pathos being the only person who was chunked, but in full darkness. So Jera had to step up here, trying to look for something, and then figured that he was actually the front line for his 2 carries who were still trying to put out damage. And unfortunately, that just means that you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they end up going down. In the meanwhile, Atakan was secured by Leratatouille as well, and we are also seeing the first items coming through from the Ornn with upgrades onto the Sejuani and the Ornn and Ornn's item itself, meaning that front line is starting to look real beefy.
Yep, I would have. I'm guessing that they're saving upgrades on the carries for like IE and Death Cap, So I'm imagining that's why. Which in that case it makes sense. But if not, then would have liked to see the upgrade on the Kassadin possibly. That Seraph's Embrace is looking pretty juicy right now. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I got a feeling that it's going to be a while before we see the death cap on the casted, though. I think it's going to be first a Zanya's.
It is shaping up to be a Zanya's game here for the Kassadin, but I think it's going to be Death Cap right after. Speaking of Kassadin, Kassadin just hit level 16.
Yeah, it feels that the scaling is coming through for Le Ratatouille, and it's going to be real interesting to see how the Jamaican Super Duper server is going to be able to try and fight that. Props keep going to get Gekno, who keeps trying to get these chunk damages onto the Ornn, and it's very clear that this could be a time for a momentum shift, because right now, as the Jamaicans, you know you're on a clock, you know you have to do something here, and if you lose here, it's going to game 5, and then all the momentum will end up being with the Jamaicans. With the Le Ratatouille. Big fight here. Look at this. Oh, is he still going to go for it? He's definitely trying, and he nearly managed to succeed and surprise Gekno. However, the immediate reaction is of the Jamaicans are trying to make something happen on the Nash. However, Skank was nearby, sniffed it out, and immediately made sure that they couldn't engage. And therefore, this is going to end up turning into a fight, or a dragon take, where Le Ratatouille will have a crack at it.
This is why no matter how much you nerf Kassadin, the idea, well, I guess there is an extent where numbers matter, but the idea of a champion being able to just dash in and out like that, you just can't ignore that, you know? It's close.
Ooh, and here we saw Leona ults together with the Nocturne trying to steal it. Unfortunately, the Nash got taken away just prior to that, and the Nocturne was just ended up throwing itself into its doom. Good attempt to steal, and I think that the Jamaicans also recognize that they have to try and do some stuff here. They can't let this keep on going. They're going to get outscaled. And another good one. They get the T1 in the mid lane, and as per usual, Gekno is looking for a fight. He's going to see if he can get anything off the Kassadin, but the Kassadin has too much mobility, and therefore he will just move away.
Yep, it's going to be really hard to touch that Kassadin anytime soon. He's... Ooh, we have an engage.
And we do have another engage. You're looking for damage, and the question here is, will they be able to blow up? 1, 2, 3, and all 3 go down. Both Zaya, Victor, and Leona are all going down after a very good distribution of the CC, and this could be it. The Le Ratatouille are pushing into the base. They have a very clear plan. They want to end it right here and push it and make sure that they get to list Silver Scrapes. Ornn still upgrading an extra item. Gekno trying to disrupt this. However, they're just going to look for the end here.
Yeah, this might be it, depending on how this team fight goes.
Both turrets are gone, and we have Paper Knight coming back, trying to be a distraction, but the team realized it, and they're like, we're not having any of it. He still falls, and Le Ratatouille even up the series, and that means that we will be having that final game, that deciding game. The question now remains, what will both teams still have in the tank? Not just based on the picks that they still have, but this is going to be a 5-game series. That means it's grueling, and you're not getting a lot of breaks, so for their mental it must be rough as well.
Yeah, but, you know, Silver Scrapes. Da-da-da, da-da.
Da-da-da, da-da-da. Woo-wee-oo. What was the... I keep forgetting the caster who went with that.
I don't remember who it was. Yeah.
Oh, what was his name again?
But I know who you're talking
Either
about.
way, yeah, we'll find out by the end of by the start of the next games. However, big congratulations to Ratatouille for tying it all up, and that means that it has come down to one final game. Winner takes all, and winner gets a date with the Sluggers in the final. Losers go home. We'll be back to you in 5 minutes' time.
See you soon.
All right.
And we are back here. What am I hearing? Is that's not Silver Scrapes? Tuba. Hello. Ah, that's more
In the
like it.
meat. There we go.
That's the stuff. So we're back. Les Ratatouilles versus the Jamaican super duper server. For game 5 here, um, it's exciting
So
stuff. I genuinely have no idea how it's going to turn out. I'm going to look at the draft and I think we'll get a better idea. But until then, we're at a point where it's just complete and utter darkness. You know, we don't know what's going to come out. We don't know who's going to do what. But yeah, let's talk about MVP. Last game MVP. How's what are your thoughts?
I'm probably going to go for an unpopular one, but I'm going to take the draft into account here. And considering that they specifically went after mid lane, I got the feeling that the MVP has, and the way that he played, the MVP has to go to HA Skank. He was all over the mid lane, really impacting it rather fast, shackling and even solo killing the North team at one moment. So I really think that he should he would be my MVP for this game here.
Yeah, if I wouldn't talk about Linium, I would have definitely given Skanky the MVP. I think for me, Linium is MVP mainly because I think his engages were able to secure like essential objectives, essential fights, and also close out the game. He was able to do his job. Like I think Teddy was it Teddy who said that he's a tank slash something player, and it shows. He knows his role, and he's playing his role almost perfectly. In my diamond player eyes, he plays it almost perfectly. So my MVP would be Linium. Let's talk aces though. How are we feeling about aces? What do you think?
Well, for me, there can only be one ace for this game, and it has to be the sub Bipolar. He did his damnedest to create a lead in the bot lane, played that really well. A nice 2v2 double kill while diving both Sunny and Dr. Duck under the turret. I don't think he can be faulted for a whole lot of things this game. So for me, it's definitely going to be Desire.
Definitely agree with you there. The Zaya pulled his weight, tried his best. Yeah, I mean, as you said, you can't really blame him. We follow the League of Legends, traditions, and we say jungle gap and call it a day.
Well, if we're going that far, and considering you're giving the MVP to Linium, who has made sure that Linium wasn't in that horrible laning matchup? You remember the discussion we had the previous game? You got to give some love to Secluded Pathos then.
Secluded Pathos, there's truth to that, 100%. He has performed this game. He how much KP does he have actually? He has 23 KP out of how much kills was that?
He's got 23, the same as Linium. So, but that was a really big thing, and he was near everywhere, just like Linium. Like I feel that they had a plan to shut down Gekno very clearly, and make sure that once Gekno wasn't an absolute monster in the side lane or couldn't be a monster in the side lane, they just made sure that they were going to team fight and force Gekno to answer, and that kind of led to the cookie crumbling. And both sorry, I've miscalculated. There were 26 kills in total, and Secluded Pathos had a hand in 23 of them. One more than Linium?
Uh, yeah, one more than Linium. Probably that's. I mean, it should be a lot more if you're a jungler. But hey, props to Secluded Pathos. I still would stink with Linium being my MVP, honestly. But I'm also again, it's really close. Honestly, we're picking at straws here. It's at that point it's just a preference on who you prefer as you know. Pensive. We actually don't. Yeah. Okay. Tuba says that he's on it and he's gonna get you that poll that you'd like to see. So. Right. So. Like I'm gonna speak as the captain of Sluggers here. Obviously, I talked on our game. I talked how North Stream gave me a promise, anime style, sort of, to face us in the finals. That kind of fated duel kind of thing. And I want to see JSS win, but I genuinely think Les Ratatouilles has a good shot. They have a very good shot. And right now, it looks like it's a better shot than JSS.
The interesting part is also considering the amount of games that have already been played. What is still left in terms of the picks? Because if you're looking at the bot lane,
just want to
champions
mention
are
to
gone.
the Twitch chat here that the poll is up. If you guys want to give us your opinion on who you think is gonna, take the series here, go ahead and vote. But yeah, sorry to interrupt you there. What were you saying?
No issue. I was just wanted to highlight how much champions have already been removed now, are no longer available. So now everybody has a decent champion pool, but 8 champions in with potential bans still to come out. You're really looking at the last of the last options. We could be seeing a Karthus
Don't say
Ziggs
it.
bot lane.
Damn
we
it,
could
man.
be seeing a Karthus Ziggs
Damn
bot
it.
lane. I'm just gonna
Nah,
I-
man.
The only good news, though, is that the other 80 carries that are still available, to my knowledge, have all been banned already at least once. So it could also still
No.
be a Jinx Ash.
Yes,
So it all
but
depends on what we'll get to see.
right. Aphelios. Hopefully, we'll see that Aphelios coming in hot.
You're still holding out the hope. I somehow doubt it that we'll be seeing it. However, what I'm curious to see about is Dr. Duck loves the enchanters, and most of them are running out. So it's going to be real interesting to see if the Lerats decide to go for another attempt at protect the president with a potential Jinx angle.
I'm pretty sure Dr. Duck has a Braum up his sleeve that we have not seen yet.
But Braum has been played already by Paper Bag.
Oh yeah, that is true.
By Dr. Duck in Game 2. So the champions in the bot lane that are gone currently are Milio, Nami, Braum, Lulu, and Nautilus, Poppy, Karma, and Leona. So the only enchanter that is left is the Janna currently. So
if the draft is underway, and Tuba, don't spoil this for me here, but guys, if you pick Aphelios, like his whole thing is faith, okay? You gotta have faith. Just pick the champ. See what happens. You're just gonna win. It's gonna play itself. You're gonna feel the power of Alun kind of guiding you with the champ. Suddenly your mouse is gonna move on its own, and your buttons are gonna press on its own. You're just gonna win. It's easy as that. So,
until all of a sudden you get into the clutches of a certain Fi who is using unstoppable force and is like, yeah, no, you're not going anywhere. Sit down and just enjoy some tea with your precious little sister.
Yeah.
So, no, it should be interesting. I'm also very interested to see where the bans are going to go, because we've already had bans focused on support, bans focused on the AD carry. a whole lot of bans on the mid lane already. The mid lane champion pool for Sankey, he's got a couple of options still left there right now.
I think we'll see the
those gotta
Ari
be
this
sitting
game.
pretty. So you think the Ari? I think there might be a Mel game coming in. I got that feeling that Mel might be one of the options, but Ari could very well be. The question is, what is Norstein still going to answer? Because also his champion pool has been seriously his ocean of a champion pool has been reduced to a small sea at this point. So, and when we're specifically looking at the junglers, Secluded Pathos has seen his most played champions have all been picked or banned at this point. Have been picked by the jungle matchup or gone back in the top lane. Whereas Z-Man still has two champions he similarly likes to pick, being the Fiddlesticks is still up and the Viego. So I'm very much looking forward to what could still be option there. And
We
then
still
in
have the
top lane,
Zac
well,
too, but I'm not sure if we will see the Fiddlesticks. The Fiddlesticks requires too much setup, so I'm not sure about that.
And obviously, not some potato. Here's Zach, and it immediately perks up in the chat. It's very clear that we have a Zach enthusiast around here. So no, it's we're looking forward in seeing what's left. And in the top lane, well, there's still an ocean of champions left for both. So that should be a very good thing. But the draft is
we
upon
are
us.
heading. Yeah. We're heading into draft. Exciting stuff. We got a Darius ban, a Mordekaiser ban. Okay, so we got LR focusing on top lane bans here, while JSS are focusing on jungle bans, it seems. And Janna. Just sprinkling in the Janna ban there. That's not a bad ban. Ooh, Linium goes with the Scion. Gekno responds with the Mundo. This is going to be one of those games where the top laners are probably going to handshake. They're going to farm Heartsteel on each other, farm Grasp on each other. Have you guys seen that Aloy's clip of where he's playing Mundo and he's against the Scion? And, they just kind of handshake and farm Grasp stacks and Heartsteel stacks. It was disgusting. We see the Jinx as an answer here to the Kaisa. A very good answer. I like that a lot here on LR.
And I gotta say the quick pickup for the Silas, which is likely to be piloted by Nordstrom here.
Yeah, it's a very good pick. We have the Maokai ult, of course, and the Scion ult to take from LR and make use of on JSS. They are lacking those engage options, and having them on Silas is always a good thing. So we finalize our bans with a Vex Cassiopeia ban for JSS and a Pike Taric ban for LR. Then we see a Rammus pick. That's a surprising Rammus pick.
The Rammus is indeed very surprising. We'll be seeing Jinx, Sol.
I don't like that pick, LR. What are you guys doing? That's too much scaling.
This is pretty risky.
It's pretty risky indeed. Like, they made it work last time. Will they be able to make it work this time? That's the question. That's what everyone is thinking about, I guess. Going full scaling is always risky, no matter, what level of League of Legends you're playing. There's always the chance that you don't get there, due to many factors. Could be all kinds of factors. So I guess as we said, top lane is probably going to be a handshake lane. Mid lane, though, we have we have a Silas into an ASOL matchup here. I'm pretty sure, and chat, correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm pretty sure that that's Silas favored, mainly because the Silas is just, well, Silas. And then we have, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised about seeing the ASOL. This is the one that's kind of throwing me off a bit for a loop. All the others are somewhat to be expected to a certain degree, if I might add. So my concern though is if we go to that late game stage, is how are we going to deal with the Mundo? Because we both know from Alois, as soon as he gets that Warmogs and that Giants belt, you can hear the song coming. This is where I'm somewhat concerned.
ASOL is a great answer for that, though. ASOL's Q has a percent health scaling on it based on your stacks. So the answer is specifically that. And then even then, you still have Jinx, yes, she's not an innate tank killer, but marksmen as a class are, innately supposed to deal a lot of damage, and that does include tanks. So
okay, it's gonna be a bit of wait and see here. I'm curious to hear what you're thinking, but my personal, I prefer the Jamaican Super Duper server team comp. It feels a lot more linear. It feels easier to execute, and there are less potential problems. Whereas for Lirita 3, they're really going to have to execute it very well. I'm very surprised about Secluded Pathos, who is generally the more supportive and team-orientated jungler, opting for the Viego, whereas Z-Man, who normally is the person who loves playing the carry junglers, is now opting for a tank. So a lot of role reversals within this final game. It should be interesting to see where they will be going with this. I did overlook that one more thing is that Paper Knight still had his Rel available for him.
I think we all forgot about it, actually. Game 5 Rel here with the Kaisa. That's going to be pretty interesting to look at. I'm pretty sad we didn't get an Aphelios game here, guys. Would have liked to get an Aphelios game.
I'm just going to point out that Aphelios didn't even make the ban list. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
No, but... So, we do gotta point one thing out, is that Linium, who will be piloting the Sion in this game, he hasn't brought it out often yet, but that is a 600k mastery on the Sion. It's one of his absolute comfort picks, and we're going to get to see if this is going to be the reincarnation of the Baus in the top lane, considering that he's playing with the same initials as the Baus does. Let's judge the Baus impersonation during the game. So it's good. I'm very curious to see how they will deal with each other. That being said, if you've watched enough Aloy streams, you know how that matchup is going to go after a certain while.
And
then after
it's
that,
going to be Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's going to be a wet noodle fight where they're just going to be stacking HP off each other, and then suddenly when they arrive to the team fights, they're going to be these massive hulking health bars of champions. And it's going to be interesting to see what will happen after that.
Yep. I honestly want to see a hard steel rush on both sides, and I want to see both of them handshaking the lane and just, Even what would have been even better would have been to just see a cold start on both of them, actually, and just rushing that into hard steel, and I mean, when I played Mundo Top when it was in fashion, I mean, it still is in fashion, kind of, but when I did play it, when after seeing the Alloy shorts, I actually tried it with Cole. You know, Cole no pots, and I liked it. You know, it's I died a lot. Um, it wasn't good, but I liked it. We still can hear the music, by the way, Tuba.
So interesting that they were expecting an invade and decided to 5-stack into a bush. Uh, I'd be surprised on a team. I'd love to see it, but it's on a winner takes all game. You generally don't see people trying stuff out at level 1, so gonna be interesting nonetheless. And we will be going straight into the normal lanes.
Yep. Just kind of commenting on jungle starts here. We have Viego starting a red side, interestingly enough, pathing to top here, I'm guessing. Or he's looking for an early mid gank. It's could be either or. I'm not sure which one it would be though. Any clue as a jungle player yourself there?
Um, I'd be surprised if the Viego goes for the mid lane gank. That being said, he needs to somehow alleviate the pressure onto that ASOL because that's going to be a torrid lane. There's going to be no enjoyment there to be had. The question more, I think, is what they want to do after the first part. So they'll start their pathing. I can understand that Ramos does not want to match or see the Viego early on, so he wanted the equal pathing. So they will both handshake each other for a scuttle crab and then reset. What I'm more interested in is will the Viego do a full clear, reset, then do a butt side clear and try and opt into a dragon, or will he then look for a gank? That's going to be the more interesting part for me. But I think it's just a handshake, clear, and then after that it's straight off to
find some action. Or you think he's gonna double full clear, rush level 6?
That's an option as well, but I'd consider that a bit of a wasted option, especially with Viego here. He's got the tools to play for something.
Yeah,
a lot is going to depend on the wave state, though. So we'll see how it goes.
Right. We have our first gank of the match, which is also the first blood of the match. Yeah, pretty nicely done there from Nord Stream, getting E max range almost. Mundo has to pop Ghost over here, and he still gets hit by that Scion Q, by the way. We cannot see the outline of the Q, but apparently that hits. The Viego W is enough to take off the Mundo passive, which enables Scion to hit the knockup part of his Q, resulting in first kill for LR.
Both junglers immediately on the board, setting up both sides. It's well played. We could be seeing some action in the bot side.
Ooh, a flash coming in hot here.
Very big knockback.
Okay, I think I was lagging there for a second.
Very, very big knockback from the Maokai to make sure that the Jinx could get out. And the Viego coming to back up to make sure that she doesn't have to lose the entirety of the wave. But again, nice gank.
Yeah, they're not going to be happy with that wave, though. They want to make sure that wave pushes in, so they're going to stay here for the extra wave. Viego's going to look here. Is he? He is going to look. He's going to make the first reset. Is that going to lead to more than that? He's going to jump, and Kai'Sa's going to flash that jump there. She still gets stunned, but there is no follow-up. Unfortunately, Viego is not level 6, so he's not going to be able to capitalize on that stun. Not yet, at least.
Still, this is really, really big for Sunny, the AD carry from Ratatouille because he does not lose anything. He got to catch all the CS and gets to push it in with a better back timer. That's big.
Yeah. Worth noting that we're 1 kill away from Feats of War here. Or Feats of Strength. Forgot what they're actually called. But the kills one. In any case, it's looking like top lane is kind of brewing something over here. We got Sion landing his E there, following up with a Q. Massive Q here. Is that going to be followed up with an ult, or he thinks it's not enough, even though he has the anti-heal to back it up? There we go. He lands the beautifully well executed there, which is going to be just enough with that ASOL following up to secure the feat of warfare here for LR. And then we have an engage in the bot lane there. Rel lands her stun. Kai'Sa ignores the Jinx for too long, which might result in a Jinx passive proc here. If Jinx gets her passive, she's going to be able to clean up both kills. They decide to stop. They see the side from the map. Ooh. Oh my god, North Stream. These people have parents. What are these E's, man? He's landing them pixel perfect.
Big.
This man is a surgeon. Very precise with his instrument.
And the big advantage here is they're getting to make sure that that wave still crashes a fair amount, even though Duck is doing his utmost best to pull the wave back and make sure that it will freeze.
Yeah, Z-Man trying, giving Skanke a little high five here as he goes into lane, telling him, you know, hey, I'm keeping my eyes on you. You know, don't try anything funny.
Still big. The setup onto the side is getting that one going early. That's going to be a pretty big start. And then the question is, will we see a fight for this dragon or not?
That is a good question. I doubt it. It does not seem like it, purely because Jinx Maokai, at this stage at least, cannot contest the Kai'Sa Rel. Kai'Sa's early game damage with her passive and her Q W combo is it could be a little bit too much, but once Jinx gets to that Yuntal, things will be different. Oh my! North Stream with a disgusting combo there. You get that on replay. It was so fast. I blinked and he killed the man. He stole his ult there, and he made short work of him. Very well played from North Stream.
Last game, and North Stream is stepping up big time. He's 3-0. He's looking to put the team on his back. And,
Hey, you'll see here. We got a little cameo here from Rammus, just kind of passing by, saying hi. North Stream steals the ult. Lands everything so perfectly. Very, very well played. The unkillable Demon King of LFF.
Yeah, he's having a very, very good game, and I gotta say, good trades across the board. Generally, when it's like an elimination game, you see people playing more safely, but they really want to go for it. There's a lot of fighting going on, which is very enjoyable to watch.
Definitely is. I think it seems like the ASOL is starting to catch up in terms of damage, though. He's able to just kind of stand there, take the brunt of the damage, and just try to deal some back. Viego gonna get caught here as he's doing the grubs. Tries to get out with his ultimate, has to flash away to fully escape. Well, he got one of the grubs, and fun fact for y'all, one grub gives you the XP. So the first grub you take gives you 100 XP, let's say. The other two grubs will give you 50-50 each. So total is going to be 200 XP, and you get half of that XP, or the brunt of that XP in the first grub you take. So taking one grub, guys, that's pretty good. That might be enough sometimes.
It's that being said, Oh,
We got another engage here. Rel being able to land that stun. Rammus not going to let up here. Asol just in time being able to channel his fly thingy, which allowed him to escape from that gank. Very well played there from Skank.
yeah, but they found a cat. They can manage to catch Duck out. And the question here is, where's this one going? Duck, no place to go to.
Yeah, seems like Duck is going to fall down to Kaisa, giving her second kill of the game.
It's a good Pathos thought about seeing if he could get anything going onto the onto North Stream, but Z-Man being close there, shadowing his mid laner, making sure nothing could go wrong.
It seems like the Mundo is... I'm not sure if the Mundo is going for Hearthstone or not. I have a feeling that he's not, and I don't like that feeling. I really think you want to skip Warmogs here, Mr. Mundo. You gotta start stacking that stuff. Rel tries to engage, but gets blocked by the traps here.
And once again, North Stream has managed to roam bot. Now, the one thing that I'm going to point you out as a jungler main is the adaptation from that Rammus. The Rammus is foreseeing that he's going to have to go through a fair amount of slows. And has instantly gone for the boots of swiftness.
Yeah, it's a good idea to pick that when you're into ASOL, and also it helps against the Scion too. So having that option of where you're able to kind of just breeze through the slows, it's a good purchase. I do agree. Okay, it seems like we're
here.
Nope, we're gonna see a 2v1, possibly a 3v1 here. That Scion is really, really tanky, but I doubt that he's gonna be able to take 3 people at once. North Stream landing his E there to connect and hit that Scion with the rest of his combo. Enough to secure the kill, of course. North Stream feels like he's everywhere. He's not really losing that much CS.
Yeah, he's really pushing out the lane and rotating towards top and bot, picking up kills left, right, and center. And
Yeah.
This is looking impressive. North Stream has decided to really show up for this last game.
Yeah. One thing I really like about Faker is that, you know, he always shows up. You can always rely on him. You know, you don't need to ever think about whether Faker is going to do his job or not. And North Stream is giving me these vibes right now.
Now, the Rats are a bit in a difficult position here because they kind of have to fight for this dragon if they want a chance to get the feats
We got some action going here. North Stream has to flash away from that Scion ult. But yeah, it seems like... Wait, where are we on feats in terms of objectives, actually? So JSS have Grubs and a Drake. They just need one more objective to complete that, and then yeah, they will need to try to get the turret. No, they don't need the turret. They have the kills one, so they will need the
kills one. Somebody got caught here. Sunny got caught.
Yeah, Sunny got caught as he was recalling, and he's going to pay the price in the form of 300 gold to that Kaisa. We have Potato here telling us in chat that about the Grubs comment that it's also gives only the first Grub gives you the jungle reward. So also worth noting. Thanks for that fun fact, Potato. Okay, we got North Stream here. He's taking that Scion ult, trying to use it against him. Is he going to go for the dive? No, they're going to stop with that. They know that the ASOL is around. They know that he wants to counter gank. So they're going to just call it a day here with one kill. on the Viego, which will also lead into the Herald here. It's a pretty good pickup for them.
Yeah, and if they get that, oh, look at that Nord Stream.
Yeah,
And
North Stream
that should
really
get-
bringing up his A game here.
that should get them the feats of. That should end up getting them the feats of monster slaying.
That would be the feats of monster slaying indeed, and that is the feats of strength for JSS.
No. The rats got the feats of warfare, so it's the first turret that will now decide who gets the feats.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for pointing that out, Tuba and Mazwara. All right. We got a flash here. Very beautiful flash from Paper Knight. She's gonna ult to try to complete the combo. Not enough though. Beautiful response here from Sunny. Ulting with Jinx. Ooh, Kai'Sa's gonna greed for the last auto attack here. Not enough, unfortunately. Secluded Pathos is gonna fail his ultimate there. Oh, we got a lot of people saying a lot of stuff, but that might be a turn, and then they turn. Are they gonna be able to turn?
Oh! The unkillable Demon King dies!
The unkillable Demon King does die indeed. First turret goes to to red team here. JSS do indeed get the feats of strength, guys. So I just foresaw it. What can I say? It's just, you know. Let's look at this again. You're gonna see that the Rel flashes over the traps to finalize her combo here, to start her combo, and she tries to ult to finalize her combo, which wouldn't be enough. She then gets Jinx ulted, and Viego gets her form, tries to make use of it, almost gets the Kai'Sa with his second ult, but unfortunately not enough. Nord Stream, how did he die here, actually? I don't remember. Oh, he gets caught in the Maokai ult, and then he just gets bursted down like that. Alright. The vision is there. The vision is there. I see the vision. But obviously, it was a short-sighted vision, I think.
Still, the gold is pretty much near even, but it's who got the gold in the end. It feels like the Jamaican Super Dupers stream has been able to really put the gold onto their main carries, being the Kai'Sa and the Silas, the Norse team. Whereas with Le Rats, it's more evenly balanced.
Well, you kind of have to expect this kind of score when you're playing a triple scaling comp. If anything, I would say they're not playing that bad. The Scion specifically is holding his lane out pretty well. The Asol also is holding out pretty well considering his lane. Unfortunately for him, he still probably will stay pressured even when he goes to side lane, but eventually he will be able to take over team fights himself, the big ult and Asol's whole shenaniganry essentially in team fights. We've all seen it before at this point.
And this is where Mundo gets to take those crazy trades. Oof.
The missing health percentage there coming in hot with the Viego ultimate. Ooh, we're gonna go in here. We're not letting that Jinx run away. Are we gonna use... Unfortunately, we did use Kai'Sa ult, but we got stopped by Jinx traps. Very well placed traps there from Sunny. Saved him his life, literally.
Yep. And we see now gold is nearly dead even. Team Gold. So that's going to be interesting. Also, you mentioned earlier when we were going to start the game, you were hoping to see a double Heartsteel rush. The Scion heard you. Mundo has still opted to go for his Warmogs.
Yeah.
which it's. What do you think about this? Does this really delay his strength, or is he just going to pick it up afterwards?
He's gonna pick it up afterwards, but like, look at the Scion. He has 112 stacks already, and by the time Mundo has it, he's probably gonna get 150 stacks. That's that's worth something, you know.
Secluded Pathos does get picked off out of being a bit too greedy, with Shank being right behind him. So should be interesting to see where they move from here. Luckily enough, there wasn't really an objective that they could go for, other than the Atakan.
Yeah. The Atakan is the obvious choice here, since the Viego is dead. So they will swiftly secure it. Well, Jinx Rocket gets blocked, luckily for JSS. Their meat shields. We see an engage here. Rel able to find. Ooh, Maokai canceling the Rel mid-flight. Very beautifully executed there from Dr. Duck, canceling that Rel. We got a counter engage here on the Scion. Scion getting hit, getting the Rel. Rel able to kind of disrupt the Scion combo here, but not enough. Vieira's going to find her reset. He's going to try to engage on the Mundo here. The rest of JSS are just disengaging, trying to leave that Mundo alone, knowing that he's going to be fine.
I gotta say, it was very well executed, and it's really going back and forth. It's like two heavyweights duking it out with haymakers left and right being thrown. Jamaican throw a haymaker, and then it's the Rats who come back with a fight of their own. For now, it's very interesting to see where both these teams are going to go with, and where their focus will be, and also which matchups will they, which lane allocations will they go for? Because one thing I totally forgot is Mundo, obviously into Scion, he just gets to do stupid stuff. But what happens if you put the Aesol into the Mundo and the Scion into the Silas? That could be an interesting matchup as well.
I think if you put the Aesol into the Mundo, Mundo has to leave, go another lane, because it is pretty much unplayable for the Mundo at this point. Rylai is slow, coupled with the Aesol percent health damage, it's really hard for the Mundo to play the game at this point, in my opinion. As you can see here, Mundo actually does win that after all. Never mind. Well, Mundo goes where he pleases indeed, Tuba. He does indeed. Yeah, I say all of this, and then Aesol proceeds to die, and now I look stupid. I look like a bronzy.
But what will happen here in the bot lane? Because it looks like they're all going for it.
Yep, they're not letting up here. They really want that Viego. Makai ult not going to find him, but the Rammus will, and they will swiftly take him out right before the dragon spawns so that they can secure that dragon. We see a little bit of BMing there from the Kaisa. Don't think we don't see you there, Kaisa. Sneaking in. Yeah.
So,
worth noting that this is soul point for JSS. Yeah, Viego gets spotted here by the plant. And he gets stopped by the Kaisa W. Ooh. That's what's gonna cost him his life. That is unfortunate for him.
Very well executed though, letting him sit up there, making sure that the Scion has based out, and then just hard engaging onto the Viego so that they could remove the one smite for the objective. Very well done.
Yeah, I agree.
And if we take stock of the game, we've got an objective lead for the Jamaican Super Duper server, but we've got we got to point out that if you've got a Jinx, if she gets excited into team fights, doesn't matter. She can put out some crazy amount of damage and really turn things around. So nothing's been decided yet. We just
Definitely
gotta
not.
see. We just gotta see
The
where
Jinx.
the.
Yeah, the Jinx
Go
is
ahead.
coming up on 2 items, and as you said, if she gets excited, it's still like you cannot ignore the Jinx. You still have to focus Jinx, even if she's slightly behind in comparison to that Kaisa. Kaisa is almost half an item ahead, but that's not really that big of a lead, in my opinion. It is a lead for sure, nothing to undermine. It is just not a lead that would make a difference unless it's like it comes down to the wire.
We see that the Jamaicans are really trying to get that vision set up for before they start doing the dance of dances, the purple worm dance.
Yeah, we have Overlord's Bloodmail. Oh, actually, no, that is just Warmogs. Never mind. I'm seeing things, guys. Like I'm going crazy. So we have the Navori here finished on the Kaisa. That actually is a difference maker for fights. That means she's going to be stealthing more. She's going to be queuing more. We'll see how that plays out in the next fight here over at the Baron Pit. Are they going to just start it? They probably could, honestly, but they're looking for a pick instead. It's going to be hard to find a pick here against that team, but we'll see. Okay, so the A-Soul just churning out some damage. Not in a position where he would feel threatened at all. Somehow, JSS have priority over Baron, even though the Silas is split pushing.
Yep, this is going to be an interesting one to see where this goes. It's basically first one to make a mistake here, one misposition, and that's probably the Baron. The question is, who will flinch first?
Indeed. It's gonna be close. It's going to be close. It's one team fight. This is shaping up to be the kind of game that gets decided by one team fight. Yeah. We got a note here from our production manager, Mr. Tuba, telling us about a flashback from Worlds 2025. The 24. Sorry, 24. Where one fight, that's all it took. One mistake. Anyway, we see Duck trying to clear vision, might be paying a massive price for it. Level 16 Mundo is nothing to be messed with. Level 16 Mundo, if you guys didn't know, gets additional benefits on his ultimate besides just massive health regen. He actually gets more attack damage and more maximum health, which further gets amplified by Warmogs. So it's nothing to scoff at. That is a pretty stale Baron, though. I would have imagined they would have done Baron by now. And we see some, Heartsteel trades here in the top lane. They're just wet noodle fighting each other. Okay. I would like to see something else. I want to see mid lane, honestly. Let's see mid lane. That's more like it. Some real action instead of that wet noodle stuff. Not really a lot going on. It just seems like LR is slowly losing grip of the game. They just gave away Soul there almost for free, I want to say. It feels like it was for free. And I'm not sure if they're happy about it. I wouldn't be. Mundo picking a fight here with the Viego, trying to make sure that he's dead. Ooh, presses R there. A lot of healing, a lot of health, a lot of attack damage there on that Mundo. What a disgusting champ. I cannot believe Riot is still allowing this to be a thing, by the way. Rel finding the angle there on the Asol. Asol has to flash out to guarantee his safety. Is he going to be able to fix the teamfight here? Big ult coming up, dealing a lot of damage there. Scion passive also dealing a lot of damage. Kaisa still able to survive throughout this whole ordeal. Are they going to be able to stop JSS from going for the Baron? I doubt it. Jinx and Asol are still alive. They're pretty healthy. The Silas finds the Asol ult, though, able to steal it. That might change the tide here. If Asol goes in blind, it might spell doom. It might be game. Okay, they do throw out the Jinx ult in hopes of steal. Unfortunately, that is not going to pay off. Okay, JSS decides that, fuck it, we ball. Are they going to go for the Jinx? It does not look like it. Okay. They're just going to take it slow, recall, buy, and we'll see how it pans out. Oh, Silas tries to find the Asol in a solo lane here. $850 Stardust on Asol. 350. Okay, thanks, Tuba. Yeah. I'm losing grip of reality, guys. Sorry about that. But Asol has 350 stacks, and he is a menace now. He is able to clear waves. Well, they are Baron waves, to be fair. So it's not like that doesn't mean anything. But Scion forced to use his ultimate in order to guarantee his safety here. Is Silas going to look for something? Not, it doesn't seem like it. I really think that the Asol should be in the mid lane here. They should not be giving up those turrets like that. Viego finds the Rel. Well, you guys know the ordeal here with Mundo. Just get those items and you start doing the thing. Are we gonna see... Okay, another Heartsteel trade for the top laners here. Not a lot of action, surprisingly. LR does feel like they're kind of slowly losing grip of the game. Okay, Mundo is not able to reach the turret yet, but he is starting to actually chip that Scion down. The Scion has to watch out for his life now. Asol makes it to that bot wave, is able to control the wave with his E, and just cleans it up like so. Asol is really tough to push into, guys. This game could take a while. And then if it does, it's
However,
yeah.
they managed to break the top side. So this is I feel like this is one good fight away. One fight could do it.
It is. It definitely is. If JSS can find the fight that they need, then that is all they need. Mundo forced to use Flash here. And Scion cuts his ult short. Well, I'm not sure what LR are planning. They're kind of hesitating here, but I think they should have stuck with their guts.
I think they realized that the Elder was coming up soon, and that they didn't want to fully commit to that.
Right.
So, but still, it's gonna be really interesting where they go from here.
Yeah.
The game is reaching its most likely conclusion. It's Elder time, and
Indeed.
one way or another, we are going to soon be, most likely soon know who will be the victor of this series. It has been an absolutely cracking series so far. And so the question is, who are you going to going for?
I don't know. I really don't know. I like it could go either way. If a steal is found, it might be LRs. If JSS is able to hold their ground and stay steadfast, they can just secure it like that. So it could really go either way. We have that fight that we're waiting for here. Massive Asol ult, a lot of damage coming down from the Asol Jinx. Jinx is excited.
Nord Stream is gone.
Nord Stream is gone
Nord Stream.
indeed.
This could be the big
LR.
one. This is
LR able to find the break that they were looking for. This could be it, indeed. Getting the Drake here is all they need.
Because this is going to be
And
Drake and probably into Nash real soon afterwards.
Yep, it seems like they're just gonna. The Drake is gonna go down without a hitch. This is the point where they have to group up and just try to end the game. I don't even think they have to go for Baron. With the Elder secured, the Baron is just an extra nice thing. I mean, they just need one good fight. Seems like they're going to play it safe.
The Baron's also a way to lure out the opposition to give them that fight that they are so needing.
Very true, but if I was JSS, I would not walk up to this Baron pit. Because one pick is also doom for LR. Sorry, for JSS. LR forced to back here since JSS is playing the macro game. Mundo is gonna get caught here due to that slow. He ults. Is it gonna be enough though? The execute is really okay. It is enough. Worth noting that the Kaisa still hasn't died, and neither did the jungler. Z-Man also still hasn't died. You know.
Yeah, it's gonna
Pretty
be
close
curious.
game.
But there is one big issue with that top lane Inib not being there. That means that somebody has to go and answer that.
Every few minutes, that's true. Otherwise, there is that vulnerability there to watch out for. The Scion is a massive meat shield at this point. He's just able to walk up to turrets, and we'll see the demolish proc there. Jinx getting excited here off of the structures. Mundo is forced to kind of proxy the wave? Question mark? Is that?
Mundo feels like he's trying to get the Inibs. Because remember, all Inibs are exposed.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, Mundo does find the Viego here. Is it going to be enough though? We got the first reset here. Mundo reset. That's a big one. Okay, 2 down. Viego with the resets. Double kill for the Viego.
But, crucially though, and surprisingly, no assist or kill goes over to the Jinx, meaning that she doesn't get excited. Which might leave them...
A desperate play here from the Kaisa, but it seems like this is it. I don't see how...
is North Team going to try and end it?
It is a base race, but it's not a close one, unfortunately. And it seems like LR have secured the series. Wow. So going from like all turrets down, inhibs down, going from that position to winning it. Yeah. Well played, LR. Well played.
No, this was very well played. Back and forth. Interesting. Super Duper server did end up getting the soul, and then it was down to one little mistake, and they managed to capitalize on that, get the Elder. From there on out, it was the Rats' game, uh, and they just literally took it all the way. Um, it's rough to see one of the teams go home because both deserved to go through, but in the end, this is it. That's the downside of a tournament and of a competition, which means that at some point you have to bid farewell to a certain team, and in this case, at least for the title, the Jamaican Super Duper server has to slowly bow out. Um, I think that I got the information from Tuba that there is still a third place match as well, which the Super Duper server will still get to play. And it will be interesting to see what they can pull out there. But at the end, they really put up a great fight. And I gotta say, I was properly impressed. Had 5 series, very enjoyable games each and every time around. And they really pushed each other. The question will be, and that's the one thing we can hope for, is that the finals of the upper bracket, which will then be Le Ratatouille against the Sluggers Disciples. Hopefully, we can see a 5 game series. Then again, other than that, the big question is, before we go into the overall MVP and Ace, who is your MVP for this game?
For this game, I'm gonna give it to Skanky for his ASOL.
Okay.
Obviously, as you saw, he was in a tough matchup. North Stream really made sure to get the most out of that matchup by impacting the map. But Skanky, he played to what his champion is good at, played to the champion's strength, and then he was able to take over the fight, that last fight there at the Elder, which resulted in them getting the Elder, which resulted in them obviously winning.
To me, and I think Skanky definitely deserved it. An unsung hero again here is Secluded Pathos, who basically spotted the Silas coming in and dealt from him on the final team fight prior to the Elder Dragon, which kind of made sure that Nordstrom had to retreat back into his team and allowed for the team really to just play front to back, which was a very strong showing. He also did a lot of work on the Viego, so I think it's an honorable mention for Secluded Pathos, but Shanky definitely deserved it for this game. He had a really rough matchup, and took the pick, I'm pretty sure, not for the lane, but for the team fighting after it, on which he excelled.
Yeah. Ace would be... I would give it to North Stream, yeah. I think North Stream, he made sure to get as much as he can from the matchup that he was in. He was able to impact the map, as we just said. I think both midlanders played really well, honestly. It came down to minute drafting differences, I suppose.
I am going to deviate here. If I had to give an ace performance for this game, I'd go for Bipolar, who remained deathless until near the end, where he had to go for a desperate play and still managed to take out the really fed Sol at that point. So he played this game close to perfection for me. North Stream played really well and was the driving force for his team initially, but I felt that Bipolar really, really played an excellent game as well and definitely deserves an ace performance here.
Yeah, Bipolar did play pretty well too. But as I said, I think everyone played pretty well to their strengths. But it just seems like they got draft diffed,
I was skeptical and surprised how they were able to deal with the Mundo. They thought very well. The plan was very well thought through, and I gotta say that was well done.
The ASOL again. It's all the ASOL, you know. Um, do we know if we're gonna get some kind of interview going?
All right.
See you guys later.
So
Wait, am I in here? Can you guys hear me? Hello?
here we go. Here we go. We get to welcome in our man, and we're still waiting for some sound. I'm assuming that Tuba is still troubleshooting the sound.
Tuba, can you hear me? Hello?
There we go. We hear our man. Going to be able to give us the winner's POV. How did the series feel for you guys?
My mic's working, right?
Yes.
I felt fucking awful. I was nervous the whole time. I woke up for game 1 20 minutes before it started, and I was having a panic attack. Alright, that's how it felt. When I went 2 games down, holy shit, I was nervous.
Okay, so I've been begging Michael for an ASL game this entire split, and I appreciate people like giving me the MVP vote, but okay, let's be real. I died 4 times for absolutely nothing, and like it's very easy to play ASL late game when you have the items, and I could just place down E, place down ulti, and just watch my team do the rest. Like, I'm very happy winning the game. I'm very happy not inting hard enough to lose. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, that might be the last time we see ASOL, sadly. But I heard he's very good at Zed, so maybe we'll get Zed in the finals. Any who's?
Fair enough. Tell me, when you guys were down 2-1, what was the feeling within the team? Was there anything that did you then just adopt a game by game strategy, or were you actually trying to keep certain things available for the last game should you end up winning game 2?
Honestly, that's mostly a question for our top laner because he does basically all our drafting. But we did try to keep some things open. Skank, you had like one specific pick that you tried to keep open. I remember what it was.
I mean, apart from ASL, we had Mel was one of the priorities. Ari was one of the priorities, and there was a bunch of champions. Like, we were just waiting for them to pick the other, because if you pick Ari, you lose the game if Mel is open. But it was just like I haven't played Kassadin more than 1 game in the last 3 years, I think. Like, it's rare. I don't know.
The purple champion.
Hell yeah! But like in game after game 3, Michael, I don't think I've heard a heavier silence in my life after game 3 from the entire minutes of just no sounds at all. We were
was that the was game 2 or game 3 the driving one? I don't remember, but
game 3.
I know for sure after the driving one where I just did a random engage in mid lane and then we ended up losing the game for it. I know I felt so much shame. I did not want to be in the room anymore.
Yeah. I was trying to say, but now we can get like another comeback angle. We can do this, we can do that, and like I don't know. I wasn't necessarily believing because North Stream has humbled me once before. But when I saw the victor, and I had 1 Kassadin game yesterday to prepare me for this, and I locked it in. I swear, when me and Michael had the 2v2 in the mid lane, and I managed to R flash onto him and get the kill, my heart has never beat harder in my fucking life. That was I was
neither has mine. You looked really cute after that.
Aww.
Yeah. I have a question. I have a question for Tuba. Is he here? Tuba? Can you get Zach in? I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him real quick. Let me talk to the boy.
It's, but no. Other than that, so
Yeah.
no, it was very interesting stuff. I am gonna ask the one specific game, the game where you guys had the Fiora and the Jax.
Right.
Was it overcooked or?
No. Actually, I think what we drafted was really good. Our game plan was really good. I just ended up going for a gank that we were like iffy about, and it ended up like not working out, and that heavily swung it in their favor. So, because to win that game, we needed to have Fiora be really strong inside lane, or else we just had no chance. But she ended up losing the matchup after going behind after that game. Yeah.
That was the counter gank from Z-Man because you were
Yeah.
angling
He
for
counter ganked, and I didn't stun him fast enough, so he ended up getting something off, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
Really?
Don't talk about this since we're away. Is that here?
We're still waiting for our others.
There's some lore behind the Zach pick, this Viego pick. Like 6 months of lore. Zach is adamant that Viego's his best champion, and I keep telling him like he's awful at that champion, but you won't believe me. Oh, you're here! Okay, Zach, talk to me. Is your mic on?
Yeah, what's up? GG.
Is he beating me up?
Hello. Yeah. What's up?
Hi. How do you feel, buddy?
Yeah, fine. I gapped you 3 games. Works.
Yeah, capapines.
Yeah, crazy
Yeah,
Jax
nice.
game, man.
Hey.
I'm a Jarvan
Okay,
game.
I'll admit. Okay. Jarvan, unplayable draft. Completely unplayable draft.
I gapped you about last game too.
The
by
Jax
the way.
game. Nah.
Oh,
The
Viego gets gapped by Rammus? Are you?
No, like I was everywhere, bro. I counted ganked him every single time. I had him palm in my hand, bro. Played with him. My little toy. Anyway, GG's.
What do you mean by that? GG's. What do you think?
It's
of
currently-
Viego
currently-
build, by the way, by the end. You like it?
What the Essence Reaver? Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't say on
what do you
stream
think
what I think about it.
I was like 20 gold off my actual item, but Baron was coming up.
Yeah, so I saw it. I was like, why is he built that? He needed a finished item for the final fight. Makes sense. There's still certain words that I won't say.
I thought you'd flame me for sure.
No,
Especially
I
after
get it.
all the build talk I've been doing on Viego.
I mean, look, we're 4 wins to 4 wins. I'll see you mini LCS. Set the bar.
But
Ooh.
may I add?
I like
we had a
that.
cracked out sub this time, and we've won. By the way, we won. This is with me not playing for about 3 months. By the way, no problem. I mean, I'll sure you get to my point one day if you try hard enough.
See you mini LCS, bro. Getting knocked out.
I'll see you in really yes.
In tournament.
It is.
You're getting knocked out in tournament, in game.
In a video game.
Z-Man, I got one question for you guys. After Game 4, for your draft, did you feel that was the game that kind of got away from you guys? Or were you... how was the team after, let's say, Game 4? How did you guys feel for that one?
Fine. I wanted to play Darius. But someone said Nocturne, so I locked it. I think Nocturne's unplayable. I think our draft sucks. And the game was just very hard to play. Game 4 was whatever. Honestly, we wanted Corki. Probably should have picked it, but we were like, if we don't go Corki, they're going to go Victor, and every single mid laner in the game is banned or picked. And we didn't have a pick into Victor, so we went it. and they had Kassadin.
Why
They didn't
do
really
you
think
need
about
Victor?
it. Because it's a champ that both mid laners play, and every other mid laner that they both play like comfortably was either banned or picked in the series. There was like no other champions.
Fair enough.
Skank, when you saw those mid bans, were you sat there like, what the fuck do I pick?
Honestly, yes.
Because you
But
you
Victor
banned
wasn't in my consideration.
you weren't going to pick Victor. We were so confident you were going to pick it. We didn't think there was any
He
other
doesn't
champion
pick
in
it.
the
He
game.
The
doesn't play
only
Victor.
reason why I had a pick was because you guys picked Victor. If you guys hadn't picked Victor, I would have been.
What you even played? I guess
I
we
have
just
no
hold
clue.
it. You
Okay, so
don't know.
I don't
Yeah.
remember. What was the bans? Okay, so the bans
There's
were
like
Mel,
Mel, Ari.
Silas, Six, Annie, Ari, and Azel. That's 6 of my
Yeah.
champs. And like
And
we
Sindre and
banned
Ariana were
Silas
gone.
because we banned Silas because we were lining up Ari. And
Yeah, it was pretty obvious.
yes,
Yeah.
we know. But like it was I didn't think you'd ban all of them. Like I don't know. But I had one game on Kassadin yesterday in just a normal game, and I just,
Yeah.
isn't this supposed to be a decent matchup? And
Yeah,
it was.
yeah. The Void Walker wins again. I've not seen the Void Walker lose yet. Just saying.
I mean, honestly, I think Sejuani as well is. I think the only champ that's physically playable in this draft is Darius because Trundle's gone and all the OP
It was
junglers are
banned.
gone.
Oh, it
Yeah,
wasn't. Never
to
mind.
be
Lam-
completely
Lenny
honest
says
with
it was
you,
banned.
as soon as we saw the Nocturne, we were just like, "What the fuck are they doing?" And yeah, I
If I
don't
had Darius,
I don't
can
think I
only
don't
ban
think
this
that game's playable for you.
Yeah. Oh, well, honestly, I want to play Talon, but that's even more unplayable. And then I said Viego, and I just said I'll go full tank. I'll be fine. I'll build Bork, and everyone said shut the fuck up. So
I would do the same if I were your
Lord.
team. I would say a little more than shut the fuck up too, but we're on stream. So it's fine.
oh well.
But yeah, congratulations, guys. You know,
I hope everyone enjoyed watching the finals. Two best teams playing.
Hell of a semis. Really enjoyable watching, guys. And all that we can hope for is that the finals will be another 5-game series. And Zeman, you guys hope that you guys still put on a cracking series for that. For your third place finish.
Yeah. Good split. Good split.
Yep.
Thumbs up.
Very well played.
Right.
Yeah. All right. That's yeah, that leaves us with the semis done here for upper bracket. There's finals left, and there's the battle for third place there. I'm not sure, but Tuba, do you know what's going to happen first? Is it finals first, or is it? All right, so it sounds like finals is going to happen first, but it does depend on the teams and how they organize it. Hopefully, it's going to be a banger of a series. Any last words, Mahaswara?
No, not really. I really enjoyed it thoroughly. Are we still supposed to pick an MVP and an ace for the series? We are.
Isn't that okay? So we're not. I thought that gets voted on or something, but I guess. Okay. Overall MVP.
MVP.
It's secluded pathos for me. I think it is. I think it is.
I'm looking if I can make an argument for somebody else. Actually, I think I'm going to agree. Secluded Pathos really strung together his team really well. The only other person I potentially could make an argument was for Linium. But for me, his Orin and Seven games were really good, but he really got helped out by his jungler. And his Cassante game was absolutely incredible. But no, I think I do agree. I'd give it to Secluded Pathos. I think he
It is a
was
hard
absolutely.
choice. I do agree with you about it being a hard choice between Pathos and Linium, but I think overall I would give it to Secluded Pathos.
Yep.
As for Ace,
Ace. Oh.
JSS all played well.
Aces is going to be a really hard one.
Ace is really
Um,
tough. I'm thinking it's between Nord Stream, Bipolar, and Paper Knight for me.
Um, I I'd agree with Nord Stream and Bipolar, but I'd put in Z-Man as well because I think that he
Okay.
played properly. I mean, the games he played very well on a Wukong and Pantheon. His Trundle, he was unlucky, couldn't do much there, and his Rammus, he played that to a T as well. So I just think that we've got there. Now, considering that we both agree on Nursery and Bipolar, it has to go to one of the two. I'm going to leave you the pick
It's a
for the
really
Ace
tough
between those
choice.
two.
I think it's a really tough choice, but I think I would give it to Bipolar mainly because he's a sub. He was subbed in. He, not a lot of practice with the team, not a lot of, didn't get the chance to kind of really integrate himself with the team. Yet he was still able to perform. I think that speaks for something. That would be the deciding factor for me.
Okay, then I can agree. Let's give it to Bipolar. But again, I'd say congratulations to everybody. That was a cracking series. Everybody played really, really well. And on that note, I know that production would like to wrap it up. So best of luck, everybody, to the team still remaining. Looking forward to seeing those last series that you guys still have to go. But
Yeah.
be bold and be fearless.
Have a good one, guys.